Chapter 1 Lucid Dreaming. Lin Xia followed the crowd to the top floor, feeling a bit disoriented, but as she looked around, her consciousness gradually cleared, and her vision became sharp. Another lucid dream, Lin Xia thought to herself. What kind of scene is it this time? She looked around and noticed everyone's gaze was fixed behind her. She turned around and was stunned by the sight in the distance. The ocean stretched endlessly, and anchored within it was a colossal cruise ship, larger than anything Lin Xia had ever seen. It was pure white, with countless decks and windows packed tightly together. What was astonishing was that directly above it, an identical cruise ship was positioned, head-to-head with the one below. Looking closely at the sky above, one would realize that the azure expanse wasn't the sky at all, but the ocean, and water was continuously pouring from it into the sea below. Aside from the flowing water, everything else seemed like a static picture. Yet it inexplicably made Lin Xia feel suffocated, and her heart pounded faster and faster. Lin Xia stared at the scene, the sounds of gasps around her fading into the distance, and in a daze a pure white small boat seemed to fly towards her. Opening her eyes, Lin Xia abruptly sat up, clutching her chest. Her heart was racing, and a sense of urgency spread from her heart throughout her entire body. After a while, Lin Xia switched on the bedside lamp. The image from her dream seemed etched in her mind, becoming even clearer. Picking up the thermos from her nightstand, Lin Xia took several large gulps of water before she felt her body relax considerably. Checking the time, it was already past 7 o'clock. Lin Xia, unable to fall back asleep once awake, didn't dwell on it further. She got up, washed up, and prepared for work. 3 peaceful days passed, and finally, the weekend arrived. Lying on the bay window, lost in thought, Lin Xia watched the heavy rain outside, and found her mind drifting back to the dream she had had that day. She often had lucid dreams, full of chaotic scenarios. Most of her dreams involved fleeing, being chased by various enemies, flying through the sky to escape, leaping between tall buildings, sprinting on the ground, dodging a hail of bullets, avoiding those elusive presences. The ending, without exception, was always the same. Suddenly, no matter how hard she tried to escape, it felt like she was treading water, and the urgency would wake her up. After waking, a trace of that powerlessness would linger, but it would soon fade, and the dreams themselves would quickly be forgotten. However, this particular dream, even today, remained as clear as if it were carved into her mind. Lin Xia sank into the soft pillow, her mind racing with wild thoughts. Was she reading too many post-apocalyptic novels? The patter of rain made Lin Xia drowsy, after sleeping for an unknown period. The increasing clamor outside grew so loud that Lin Xia, on the 6th floor, was forced to open her eyes. She looked down, and when she saw clearly, her eyes widened in shock. No wonder it was so noisy outside and in the hallway. The water level had actually reached the 3rd floor, and the rain was falling even harder. Lin Xia sat up in fright, and peered out the window carefully. The water had indeed reached the 3rd floor. The hallway was extremely noisy. From the sounds, it seemed people from downstairs had sought refuge higher up. Her mind went blank for a moment. Hearing a knock on the door, Lin Xia ran barefoot to the entrance and locked the door. Then she tried to call her parents, only to realize her phone had no signal. It was summer, and Lin Xia was wearing a small camisole and shorts. Now that she had calmed down, she felt a chill. Looking at the pouring rain outside, Lin Xia suppressed her anxiety and first closed all the windows. Then she rushed into the bedroom, pulled out her autumn and winter clothes from the wardrobe, found a set of autumn sportswear, quickly changed into it, and put on a pair of sneakers. Tying her hair up high, Lin Xia found her backpack, put in her documents and power bank, then packed another set of summer sportswear, a set of autumn sportswear, a set of thermal underwear, and after a moment's thought, also stuffed in a lightweight down jacket, as it didn't take up much space. She packed the 2 remaining bottles of bottled water from home, poured the chocolate into her backpack, and added 5 small bread rolls, for sausages, 3 small packets of nuts, 2 packets of instant noodles, and 3 cartons of milk. Listening to the increasing noise in the hallway, banging on doors, angry shouts, and cries, Lin Xia frowned. She glanced at the rapidly rising water level outside, but still didn't open the door. She disliked others messing with her things. Her mind raced, remembering something. She quickly took out her medicine box and put anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, fever reducers, montmorilla night powder, and iodophor into a waterproof bag, stuffing it into her backpack. She tucked her umbrella into the side pocket of her backpack, with the other side holding a thermos filled with hot water. Looking out the window, the water level was now visible, and the sounds in the hallway were getting fainter. She heard that some people had climbed from the 6th floor to the rooftop outside, and others had entered the apartment across the hall. She took out a waterproof bag, put her phone inside, then grabbed a windbreaker and put it on. Slinging on her backpack, she found the large raincoat that came with her electric bike and covered herself and her backpack with it. After a moment's thought, she quickly took out the large garbage bags she had bought, stuffed the clothes and shoes she had found into them, and then put all the remaining garbage bags inside as well. Looking at her apartment, which already had standing water, Lin Xia reluctantly gazed at the small home she had lived in for over a year. She was a medical student, 26 years old this year, and had just graduated from graduate school. Her parents had found someone to help her stay at the hospital where she had interned, so she rented this apartment and spent a long time meticulously decorating it. This was the provincial capital. Even though it was the top floor of an old residential building, it was close to the hospital, and the rent was not cheap. Now it was all flooded. Her parents didn't live far, usually just over 2 hours by car. She had called them many times earlier, but there was no signal. Lin Xia was very worried, but she couldn't go back now. She walked to the door, picked up the baseball bat she had bought for self-defense, opened the door, and quickly closed it behind her. There were still a few people in the hallway. Seeing Lin Xia come out, they started chattering. "You little girl, you didn't open the door when we knocked. Quickly open it and let us in to warm up. We're freezing to death." "Exactly, you have no sympathy at all. Yeah, in the face of disaster, everyone should stick together and help each other. But you're all bundled up so tightly." Lin Xia glanced at them, then looked at the increasing amount of water seeping from under the door. Everyone followed her gaze, their eyes widening. Is this even a way for people to live? If the 6th floor floods, aren't we going to be out in the rain? "Miss, could you give me some clothes to wear? I'm the tenant from the 2nd floor, we've met a few times. I was sleeping when I got flooded, and am really cold." A girl huddled in the corner said softly. Lin Xia recognized her. She was a high school student. Her face was pale, and her hair was still wet. Lin Xia walked over and held open the bag in her hand, quickly put them on. The girl was overjoyed. Thank you. She quickly picked out a hooded tracksuit, and took out a pair of sneakers to put on. Although the shoes were a bit big, they were much better than slippers. Young lady, do you think you could also give us?" She had taken out these things precisely for them. It wasn't that she lacked sympathy, she just didn't want them to enter her home, even though her own home might soon be flooded too. Lin Xia took out 2 plastic bags and handed them to the girl from earlier, then said, "You all can share these." Chapter 2, 2 Survival Systems. The woman who had just been lecturing Lin Xia was pleasantly surprised. She quickly thanked Lin Xia and took the clothes, then started picking out items with a few people at the entrance. It was summer, and since they were home for the weekend, everyone was dressed lightly. Unfortunately, Lin Xia's shoes were all size 37, and her clothes were all size M, so they might not fit everyone. Regardless of whether they could wear them, the few people first distributed the plastic bags, which could be used for rain protection. Watching the rapidly rising waterline, Lin Xia glanced at the noisy neighbors across the hall. Before they came out, she grabbed the handrail and climbed to the rooftop. The girl on the 2nd floor hesitated for a long time, then also put on a plastic bag and followed her out. Her family had moved in recently and coincidentally, both her parents were out today. Among the people here, only Lin Xia could give her some sense of security. Only after getting out did Lin Xia realize that the rain wasn't that heavy. Although it was hitting people so hard they couldn't open their eyes, the amount of rain didn't match the continuously rising waterline. Yet the waterline was indeed visibly rising, which seemed very eerie. Standing on the edge, watching the trash churn in the water, Lin Xia looked around, feeling somewhat lost. If this place also flooded, where would she go? At this moment, She suddenly recalled the seawater pouring in during her dream that night, but that was just a dream. As she thought of this, she suddenly saw a white yacht. Lin Xia blinked, and it disappeared again. She was astonished. If she remembered correctly, she seemed to have seen this thing in her dream? But how could it appear here? Lin Xia pursed her lips, focusing her attention on the direction where the yacht had just appeared. She saw it again. She really saw it. It seemed like she could even take out the yacht. Lin Xia swallowed, her mind a bit chaotic. Wasn't that a dream? It couldn't be a toy, could it? But she could sense that it wasn't a toy. In any case, she definitely wouldn't drown, and that was something to be happy about. This water came so inexplicably, for other, even more miraculous things to appear. It might also be unreasonable. Looking around, residents were arriving on the rooftop one after another. Some had pots on their heads, some held umbrellas, and some used wooden boards to shield themselves, scattered among the solar panels covering the entire rooftop. As soon as Lin Xia left the edge and retreated to the center, she heard a strange electronic sound. Ding. Ocean survival game loaded successfully. Vessels have been issued. Please check your maritime survival tools. Note: once a vessel is retrieved, the vessel space will disappear. Please be cautious. Vessels can be upgraded. Please explore other rules on your own. A blue light flashed, and Lin Xia found that everyone had a wristband on their wrist. The ocean survival game now begins. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Xia found that the waterline was rising even faster, instantly reaching her knees. The people on the rooftop looked at each other, and the older ones showed even more panic. What is that? Did you hear something? What survival game? Who's playing tricks? Suddenly, a 3-meter raft appeared in the water, and everyone looked over in astonishment. It's real. There really is a raft. The owner of the raft exclaimed while scrambling onto it. The people beside him also wanted to get on, but they seemed to be blocked by something and couldn't board the raft. The raft owner was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "You don't have one?" Seeing the waterline reaching their thighs, everyone quickly took out their vessels. Lin Xia looked over. Almost all of them were identical rafts, except the girl on the second floor had a larger-looking raft with a small wooden house on it. One person's raft had a thatched shed, while the others were empty. No wonder we couldn't get on. It turns out the owner has to agree, someone exclaimed. Hey, why do you have a small wooden house and I don't? Quick! Let me come to your place to avoid the rain. The girl on the second floor had a look of surprise in her eyes. She quickly drilled into the small wooden house, watching the people outside warily from the window, and looked at Lin Xia hesitantly. Should she take out the yacht? Lin Xia hesitated. Suddenly, the tall building beneath her feet shook twice, and those who were also hesitating and hadn't taken out their vessels exclaimed. After the tremor, another mechanical voice exploded in her ear. Ding! Congratulations to Planet M377369852 for successfully loading the survival game. Ding! Detecting the existence of other systems, initiating annexation. Initiating annexation. Annexation failed. Initiating fusion. Ding! Fusion error reloading. Restarting. The wristband on her hand flashed twice before becoming still. What is it again? Lin Xia was astonished. Are two survival games appearing simultaneously on Blue Star? How can people live like this? Please prepare. Survival game countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7. 3, 2, 1. Lin Xia was utterly confused. What preparations should she make? Ocean survival game, she got the yacht first. She thought she had the upper hand, but then another survival game popped up. Her vision went black, then bright again, and Lin Xia found herself in a small, square, incredibly empty space. A blue light appeared, scanning Lin Xia from head to toe. A blue interface appeared before Lin Xia's eyes. Name Lin Xia. Mental power, 9. Physique, 6. Strength 3. Speed 5. Do you want to change the displayed name? You only have one chance to change your name. Yes, no? Lin Xia chose to change her name. Change to Sanqi. Original name, Lin Xia Invisible. Name, Sanqi. Name change successful. Congratulations on successfully entering the survival game. Initial supplies. Backpack 1, a set of clothes, ID card 1, mobile phone 1, 2000 universal currency. Task, survive for 10 days. Current players. 10,000. First trial, you have 3 drawing opportunities. Do you want to start drawing now? Yes, no. Lin Xia confirmed, yes. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 cubic meters of space. Congratulations. You have obtained SS rank talent. What you see is what you get. Level 1, upgradable, requires survival points. How to obtain survival points. 1 minute in game 1 point. 60 minutes in reality 1 point. Congratulations. You have obtained a mental ability awakening card. Game start. Lin Xia's vision blurred, and a cacophony of sounds flooded her ears. Looking up, directly in front of her was a large supermarket, bustling with people coming and going. The place she was in was the open-air entrance to an underground supermarket, with a small plaza here. Wow, is this holographic? This is too real. What on earth is going on? I want to go home. Is this an attribute card? If I get more of these, won't I become very strong? Brother, we're the same. Mine is for acceleration. What about yours? The player next to Lin Xia immediately covered his card, allowing Lin Xia to glimpse it. Hearing the conversation, she looked over. The 2 people each held a card. When she saw them, she also saw a line of text appear on that card. Backup available. Lin Xia's eyes lit up, and she thought of the talent she had drawn. She immediately chose to back up. Backup successful. Backup attribute card. Mental power 1. Backup successful. Backup attribute card. Speed 1. Backup successful. Backup attribute card. Physique 1. Seeing that everyone was looking over, that player immediately chose to use the card. The card disappeared, and then he rushed into the supermarket without looking back. Seeing this, the player next to him also immediately chose to use it, even raising his eyebrows smugly and scanning everyone's backpacks. Chapter 3. Entering the game, preparing supplies. Lin Xia also immediately ran inside. But instead of going to the supermarket, she first went to the bathroom and closed the bathroom door. System, are my parents in this game? System? She waited for a long time with no response, so Lin Xia suppressed her worry and looked at the mental power ability awakening card in her space. With a thought, she took the card out. The card also had the words "can be backed up" on it. Lin Xia was somewhat amazed. It seemed that anything she saw could be backed up, which was too incredible. If she could see more items, wouldn't she be able to possess countless items? This 3th level talent was a bit overpowered. After selecting backup, 2 options appeared on the card. Whether to use it. After confirming use, a line of text appeared in front of Lin Xia. Conditions not met, cannot be used. Lin Xia's eyes widened. Cannot be used? What conditions were needed? She didn't have time to think much. She put the card into her space. She had just realized that there was nothing in her space except for this one card. Where did the thing she just backed up go? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, the attribute card she had just backed up appeared before her eyes, all marked with survival points. 100. Lin Xia looked at her own attribute panel, and her talent section had changed. Talent: what you see is what you get. Any item you see can be duplicated. Living beings cannot be duplicated. To retrieve a duplicate, survival points are required. Method for obtaining survival points. 1 minute of survival in the game 1 point. 60 minutes in reality 1 point. Survival points, 7 points. Lin Xia's mouth twitched. She no longer delayed. Who knew when the disaster would erupt? It was more important to stock up on supplies first. On the way to the supermarket, she actually saw several gold shops. And Lin Xia immediately backed them all up. The supermarket was packed with items. Lin Xia took 15 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 cases of water, and weighed a large bag of chocolate before wandering around the supermarket, backing up everything she could. She also took a moment to look and found that all items in the supermarket, regardless of size, only cost 1 survival point. She suddenly realized that expensive items were probably those produced by the system, and people in the real world might not value them. The other players were also quickly moving through the supermarket, choosing the items they needed. Lin Xia specifically looked a few more times, but unfortunately, she didn't see any other useful game items. Everyone wasn't stupid. Even if there were, they would have hidden them. After checking out, she quickly carried her items and left the supermarket. On the ground, she saw a pharmacy. She walked around the pharmacy, backed up everything, and then bought anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, hormones, fever reducers, external injury medicine, masks, etc., packing them into the backpack on her back. After buying everything, Lin Xia felt a bit lost. Where should she go next? What should she do? What kind of disaster would it be? No matter what the disaster, places with high population density were definitely not good. Lin Xia looked at the remaining 400 odd yuan in her hand, feeling a bit worried. This much money was only enough for a hotel stay. She took out her phone to check, and there was no abnormality in the news. Lin Xia felt a little panicked. First, she downloaded an offline map of H city, then thought for a moment and downloaded a national map as well. She found a resort hotel in the suburbs, and Lin Xia immediately decided to go there. Fewer people. She first called a car, then went to the bathroom and put all her belongings, including her backpack, into her space. Putting on the hood of her clothes, Lin Xia lowered her head and quickly left the area. All the cars on the road were backed up, and the taxi arrived. Lin Xia sat in the car, checking her phone. She found that she was actually in the city center, and H city was a heavily polluted industrial city. She checked some popular apps, looking for past hot news. Soon, she saw that this world had just experienced a large-scale virus crisis lasting 3 years a year ago. Many people were also discussing how various viruses were emerging endlessly, and people didn't know how they would get infected. But looking at it, they were just things like influenza A and B. The neighboring island nation was discharging nuclear wastewater. This year was the 7th time, with a cumulative discharge of approximately 78,000 tons. The popularity of this video was not high, and there were not many comments below, so Lin Xia could not make an effective reference. Suddenly, a lending advertisement popped up, and Lin Xia's eyes lit up. She had an identity in this world. She could totally take out loans, and she could also sell gold. She acted on the thought immediately, quickly registering and borrowing money on a fast lending app, borrowing a total of 53,280 yuan. She looked at the gold recycling, which seemed more troublesome, so she put that idea aside for now. More than an hour later, Lin Xia arrived at her destination. Although this was the suburbs, due to the presence of the resort, it was still quite prosperous. Getting out of the car, Lin Xia slightly breathed a sigh of relief. There were indeed far fewer people here than in the city center. With money in hand, she directly booked a villa at the resort for 2,300 yuan per night. After booking the house, she left the resort and booked a standard room at a nearby hotel for 160 yuan per night, booking it for 5 days. After booking, she headed straight to the supermarket. Instant noodles, ham sausages, luncheon meat, eggs, green vegetables, dehydrated vegetables, biscuits, self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, etc. She directly ordered a month's worth of food. The vegetables are spoiling a bit fast these 2 days. The weather's getting warmer, right? There aren't many people here, so not many people buy them. Don't they often spoil? Don't make a fuss. You're right. Lin Xia overheard the 2 sales assistants' conversation. She looked around but couldn't discern anything, so she continued to stock up. She requested 6 cases of 12-bottle mineral water, 10 large barrels, 3 portable gas stoves, 1 box of gas canisters for the stoves, 2 pots, 1 kettle, 2 toothbrushes, 1 tube of toothpaste, 1 thermos cup, 1 toothbrush cup, 3 towels, 2 sunglasses, 2 bowls, 3 pairs of chopsticks, 3 power banks, and 2 charging cables. She had everything delivered to the standard hotel room. Lin Xia then went to a nearby mall and bought 10 changes of clothes, all sportswear and quick-dry windbreakers, and 5 pairs of athletic shoes. All items were backed up. Seeing a store selling outdoor survival gear, Lin Xia went in and looked around, backing up everything. She looked for a long time but didn't know what to buy. Finally, she bought some lighting equipment, flashlights, strong flashlights. She bought a radio and a fire starter. Thinking she had no weapons, she bought an axe and a multifunctional knife. Noticing the sky was overcast outside, she also bought an umbrella and a raincoat and a backpack, having them delivered to the hotel's standard room. She bought a waterproof watch with a compass. She wasn't very good with directions, so a watch would be helpful. Seeing that she still had a lot of money, she went to the pharmacy again and bought another batch of medicine and items for external injuries. Back at the hotel, she received the delivered items, instructed the front desk not to disturb her, and then returned to her room to put all the items into her space. Then she changed her clothes, put on a hat and sunglasses, slung on her newly bought backpack, and quickly left the hotel while there were many people around. Outside, a light rain began to patter down. Lin Xiao's nose twitched. She seemed to smell a faint, intermittent foul odor. She took out an umbrella, opened it, and quickly walked back to the resort. After locking the doors and windows, turning on the lights and drawing the curtains, she was finally alone, and Lin Xiao felt much more relaxed. Chapter 4 Abilities. Checking the time, it was 12:30 p.m. Her stomach was rumbling, and between ordering food and cooking, she chose to cook. Who knew what kind of disaster this world faced? If it was a virus or poisoning, sealed food would be safer. She took out a portable stove and cooked a pot of instant noodles, adding eggs, ham, and vegetables. After eating, she thought for a moment, then took out her phone and ordered takeout from the supermarket. She bought a pack of water, several boxes of instant noodles, mixed noodles, vermicelli, and 5 each of apples, bananas, pears, and oranges, fruits that last longer. She also bought a little of other fruits, some snacks, and a few bottles of drinks. The supermarket was in the resort, so delivery was quick. She placed these items out in the open, saving herself from seeming strange to others. It was a pity her space wasn't static and couldn't preserve freshness. If it could, she could have cooked meals and stored them, saving her the trouble of cooking while fleeing later. She was just afraid that later she'd only be able to eat compressed biscuits, which would be a waste of her stored food. She wondered if she could take it back to reality. With money in hand, she bought more food. Otherwise, in this strange world, a world on the verge of disaster, she truly felt insecure. Looking at the rain outside, Lin Xia felt a bit stressed, but after observing the ground for a long time and seeing no flooding, she felt much more at ease. Full and satisfied, she slumped into the sofa by the window. Lin Xia slowly exhaled. The rain outside was neither heavy nor light, and there were already few pedestrians, now even fewer. Pulling the curtains shut, Lin Xia summoned her game panel and looked at what was written on it. Real name, Lin Xia Invisible. Name, Sanqi. Mental power 9. Physique, 6. Strength 3. Speed 5. Talent. SS level. What you see is what you get. Survival points, 194. Experience 50. Only about 3 hours had passed. Lin Xia looked at her survival points. In a few more minutes, she would be able to exchange for 2 attribute cards. Looking at her attributes, Lin Xia pondered for a while, then exchanged for a mental power attribute card. She had a bit of an obsession, seeing 9 and wanting to make it 10, and she had time for trial and error. Use. She felt a cool sensation in her mind, and her previously fatigued mental power instantly faded, making her feel invigorated. Moreover, with just a little thought, forgotten memories could be clearly recalled. She could even recall memories from when she was just born if she wanted to. Every detail of everything she had experienced. But as she thought too much, a sudden sharp pain erupted in her head. Lin Xia clutched her head, curling up. Large drops of sweat fell. Remembering countless novels she had read, she immediately exchanged for another physique attribute card and used it. Her physique increased from 6 to 7, and the sharp pain in her head slowly receded. Lying on the sofa, she recovered for a while. Lin Xia concluded that mental power indeed relies on the body to exist. If physique is too low and mental power too high, the body simply cannot bear it. Her gaze shifted to speed and strength. It seemed these 2 attributes likely also relied on physique. If speed was too fast and physique couldn't keep up, it would surely cause damage to the body. And if physique was insufficient, one wouldn't be able to exert too much strength. Taking out the mental power ability awakening card, Lin Xia hesitated, pondering for a long time. She still decided to wait and use it after raising her physique to 10. In the apocalypse, a higher physique definitely has no downsides. Pulling the curtains open slightly, Lin Xia frowned as she looked outside. It was better to search for information online. Opening Weibo, Lin Xia discovered a hashtag survival game. She clicked on it and saw that it was indeed set up by players. Scan the QR code to join the WeChat group. Let's help each other. Lin Xia immediately scanned and joined. Recollections of the past like a dream. Does anyone know what kind of apocalypse this is? Has anyone gathered useful information? West window rain. The temperature is normal, neither high nor low. Ignorant of worldly affairs. Yes, and there are no reports of any viruses. Effort is for future paving. Only 2,000 yuan, it's not enough at all. Where are you all staying? Duoyu Wenqing. I'm staying at the resort. Dream Ocean. My ex, that place is very expensive. Where did you get the money? Duoyu Wenqing. I robbed it, grabbed it and ran. Anyway, the apocalypse is coming soon here. I am a little red flower. I heard there was a meteor shower in H City a while ago. Could that be the problem? Seeing that there wasn't any useful information, Lin Xia felt a bit annoyed. She turned on the TV, playing the news and feeling sticky. She turned up the volume, planning to take a shower first. Passing the dining table, her steps halted. She suddenly turned back and rummaged through the shopping bag. She had just specifically checked, and the fruits were all very fresh. But now the blueberries had white mold on them. She checked the other fruits, and many of them also had some spots. Lin Xia remembered the conversation of the sales assistant in the supermarket, and her heart sank. If food spoiled faster, then food would quickly become scarce. No, not just scarce, soon everything would go bad. Perhaps only vacuum-sealed items could be stored. And after they went bad, bacteria and mold would quickly proliferate, causing immense harm to the human body. Lin Xia couldn't care about anything else. She quickly put on her backpack, donned a mask, and ran out. At this moment, many people also discovered the problem, especially in the supermarket. Seeing fresh ingredients rotting, most people just found it strange, while sensitive people quickly went to hoard food. The food in Lin Xiao's space wouldn't rot. On the way, she grabbed a shared bicycle and quickly rushed into a pharmacy. She went to 2 hotels before she managed to gather 20 sets of protective suits and gas masks. She bought a large bag of masks, 3 large packs of gloves, 10 large barrels each of alcohol and disinfectant, and a bottle each of various vitamins, plus 1 bottle of multivitamin. Thinking that the air would be full of mold in the future, Lin Xia felt a bit suffocated. She bought 20 10-liter oxygen tanks and 10 portable oxygen canisters that last for 6 hours. She had them delivered directly to the hotel standard room. Then she ran into the supermarket, pushing a cart, and bought a large pile of vacuum-sealed ham, braised eggs, roasted chicken, preserved meats, beef, dried fruits, dried shiitake mushrooms, etc., and 2 bags of vacuum-sealed rice, having them delivered to the hotel. Entering the mall, she bought 10 sets each of inner and outer clothes, and 10 pairs each of socks and shoes, and arranged for delivery. Now that she knew what the disaster was and had stocked up, Lin Xia was no longer as urgent. She took out her phone and sent a message in the group. Sanchi. This disaster is very likely related to mold. Duoyu Wenqing. Oh my god, it's true. The fruits I just bought at the supermarket are all spotted. They were definitely fresh when I bought them. Gotta go, gotta hoard. West window rain. Send a photo to see. Lin Xia sent a photo of the fruit. Ignorant of worldly affairs. What should I hoard then? Soon, the group fell silent. They were probably all busy shopping. Looking at Weibo and Xiaohongshu, many people had discovered this problem, and some who had vacuum sealers at home were vacuum packing their food. Someone posted a video of moldy food, causing a stir online, with many even thinking it was sped up. When Lin Xia saw that this situation only appeared in H City, her heart sank. She immediately opened a ticketing app and found that all trains, planes, and buses going to or from H City were suspended. Online news also confirmed that all highways in H City were blocked, and people who filmed videos for entertainment online also panicked. Supermarkets, pharmacies, and grain stores were packed with people. According to online news, vacuum sealers were sold out, and those who couldn't buy vacuum-sealed food were all buying them to vacuum seal themselves. The sound of ambulances rang out from time to time. It turned out people's wounds were festering and difficult to heal. Chapter 5 Fungal World 3. Many people also appeared on the streets, spraying disinfectant everywhere. At the same time, Lin Xia and others' phones vibrated. She clicked on the message, which was from the H City government. Dear compatriots, an unknown mold has swept across the entire H City, accelerating the decay of our food and making our wounds difficult to heal. Please do not run around or fight over supplies, which could lead to injuries. We will rationally allocate resources to ensure every household has enough supplies. Please rest assured, we have already started spraying disinfectant, and experts from all over are urgently researching disinfectants to inhibit this mold. Let us unite as one, overcome this difficult period, and get through this crisis together. Please believe that we will surely achieve victory over this disaster. The officials issued relevant statements through various channels. Most people calmed down but were still buying supplies, especially those with vacuum sealers. Many people also rushed to buy freezers to store supplies. Cities outside H City were also working hard, and donated supplies from various places were already on their way. The internet was full of positive news. Lin Xia also breathed a sigh of relief. With so much good news, the first game shouldn't be too difficult, right? There were many people in the microgroup chat. Some were showing off the supplies they grabbed, some were panicking about getting injured, and some were calling for players to unite and get through this apocalypse game together. Lin Xia thought for a moment and did not reply to such messages. For her, it was safer to stay alone. After all, she had space and was afraid of being targeted and exploited. Putting on gloves and 3 layers of masks, Lin Xia tied all the mold-contaminated items in the living room into plastic bags and threw them into a distant trash can outside. Then she threw away the gloves and the outer layer of the mask, returned indoors, and began to disinfect, spraying disinfectant everywhere. Although the smell was a bit pungent, it was safe. Disinfecting, washing hands, changing clothes, checking online information, and charging all 3 power banks. Just thinking about how much she already disliked herself, even the air, at the very beginning, made Lin Xia frown in distress about how she would eat and drink later. When her survival points accumulated to 300, she checked her attributes. Real name, Lin Xia Invisible. Name Senshi. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 7. Strength 3. Speed 5. Talent. SS level. What you see is what you get. Survival points, 301. Experience, 53. Without hesitation, she exchanged for 3 Constitution attribute cards. After using them all, her Constitution became 10. Lin Xia clenched her fist, feeling that her resistance to mold had increased. Taking out the Mental Ability Awakening card, Lin Xia took a deep breath and chose to use it. Under her expectant gaze, the card turned into a stream of light and entered her body. Lin Xia couldn't describe the feeling, only that she had a complete grasp of herself. Not only herself, but also her surroundings. She could perceive subtle changes within about 2 meters around her. This feeling was very strange. It wasn't seeing, but she could sense it. There were other changes that she couldn't accurately distinguish yet. She could only slowly uncover those abilities later. After adapting to her changes for a while, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel joyful. Then she saw her current environment, and her joy faded slightly, but enhanced abilities were always a good thing. It was already dark. Lin Xia took out a bowl of instant noodles, quickly prepared it, added 2 braised eggs and a sausage. Her appetite had grown. Fortunately, she had stored enough food. At this time, people outside were still disinfecting with masks on. She felt a little relieved. The group chat was filled with requests for teams and food. She glanced at it, put away her phone and charged it. Taking advantage of the disaster not being too severe yet, she took a hot shower and went to bed, still wearing a mask even while sleeping. The first day passed relatively peacefully. Was it snowing? Lin Xia looked at the sky in confusion. When she clearly saw that what was falling were clusters of mold, she turned pale with fright. She hurriedly looked into the distance. The entire land was a gray-black, without any light. The ground was covered with mold, and most of the plants had withered. The steel pillars under the distant overpass suddenly crumbled like tofu, and the cars on top fell down. Cries and calls for help were incessant. High-rise buildings also swayed and collapsed, burying countless people underneath. Nearby people fled frantically. Huge panic and despair instantly overwhelmed Lin Xia, completely engulfing her. In the darkness, Lin Xia suddenly opened her eyes and sat up, breathing heavily. She wanted to tell herself it was just a dream, but the previous dream made her dare not take it lightly. If this mold truly had such power and could corrode steel, then food and other basic facilities would certainly be even less of a challenge. Food, water, electricity, fiber optic cables, and electrical cables would likely not escape the fate of corrosion. Then they would be cut off from food, water, electricity, and the internet. And if things truly developed as in the dream, it would mean that no one had developed a drug to suppress this mold. Lin Xia highly suspected that this world might not escape its doom. Shaking her head, Lin Xia felt she was overthinking. The most important thing now was, if the people outside discovered that they couldn't eliminate this mold at all, how would they treat H City? Thinking of this, she couldn't sleep. She checked her phone. It was past 4 a.m. She had gone to bed after 9 p.m. last night, so it was almost enough sleep. Turning on the light, Lin Xia was startled again. The entire room felt grayish, and although no mold had grown, she felt very uncomfortable. She opened her phone to check the situation online first. Look, this mold is afraid of fire. You can eliminate them by burning them. It's useless. I burned this last night before going to bed, and look, it's grown back. They're not dead at all. What about flooding? You can't drown them. The water's already murky and undrinkable. Doesn't alcohol or disinfectant work? The effect isn't very good. Although it can eliminate the moldy parts, it grows back in a short time. Oh my God, it's terrifying. How's your food? Except for packaged items, all the food in my house has gone moldy. It's completely inedible. It won't spread to our city, will it? Please no. Lin Xia had a feeling of dread. She opened the microgroup chat again. Dianxing Xiao Erhua. Everyone, look what I saw. A short video was sent. Lin Xia clicked on it, and saw many people in protective suits moving many dead bodies to the crematorium. Although the video was short, it was clear there were many dead people. Duyu Wenqing. What's going on? Why are there so many dead people? Dianxing Xiao Erhua. I was afraid the city was dangerous, so I moved to a village here. This was filmed by someone from this village. I heard these ambulances are from the city hospital, quietly handling things late at night. High cold potential shines. Could it be that this mold is particularly harmful to people? Oh my God. Have you bought gas masks and protective suits? Can you spare me a few sets? I couldn't buy any. Duyu Wenqing. What good things are you thinking? Who doesn't lack these? I only managed to buy 5 sets in total, not even enough for myself. Talkative. Dianxing Xiao Erhua brother. How's the situation where you are? Is it better than the city? Dianxing Xiao Erhua. Living here is alright, at least there are fewer people. Chapter 6 Mold World 4. Lin Xia peeked at the screen for a while, feeling a bit flustered, always thinking that staying here wasn't safe. Should she make a run for it? She took out a bottle of water, gulped it down, and quickly put it back into her space. She took out disinfectant and started spraying again, not stopping until the entire living room had been sprayed. She checked her survival points. She now had 432 points. Considering that she might need to run on foot in the apocalypse, she exchanged points for 1 speed-boosting card and 3 physique-boosting cards. She used them immediately upon exchange. Her physique increased to 13, and her speed increased to 6. Clenching her fists, she thought, as long as she avoided building collapses, and as long as her physique was high enough and her body was good enough to survive 10 days, she could return. Lin Xia quickly cooked instant noodles, then put everything into her space, and stuffed 2 blankets from the top cabinet into her space. She checked the map, confirmed her direction, then took out her backpack, put in a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles, stuffed in 2 bags of snacks, brought an N95 mask, put on gloves, and then headed out. She wanted to go to an open, sparsely populated place. She absolutely could not stay in buildings, and it would be even better if she could leave H City. After leaving the door, it was dark outside and a bit cold. She quickly left the resort. As she came out, she saw a man also leaving. He was probably the one who drew the attribute card. She didn't say much. Outside, she scanned a shared bicycle, identified the direction, and then rushed out. Only after getting out did she realize that there were actually many people outside now. Most were driving cars trying to leave the city, getting stuck on the road, and there were many cars on the elevated bridge as well. Lin Xia felt a bit anxious watching them. After thinking for a moment, she stopped by the roadside, took out her phone and posted a message on Weibo. Sanchi. Mold will corrode buildings. Everyone, try not to stay indoors or on elevated bridges. Try to move to open areas. Afraid that people wouldn't see it, she even bought a push notification. Replies came quickly below. There's always someone like you fearmongering. Why do you say that? Do you have any basis? You want us to go out so you can steal our food, you dog. I've seen too many people like you. Everyone, don't listen to this person. She must be a walking 50W. What good does fearmongering do you? You're too malicious. Lin Xia's expression remained unchanged as she calmly put away her phone and continued on her way. After seeing the few comments that appeared instantly, she would save whoever she could. There was nothing she could do about those who didn't believe her. Lin Xia saw that there were also young people like her, carrying backpacks, riding bicycles or electric bikes, and some families driving tricycles. Passing by several 4S stores, Lin Xia even went over and scanned them. By chance. She also saw an RV exhibition where various RVs were displayed. Lin Xia quickly rode her bike around once. After leaving the city, the road narrowed, and there were even more congested cars. It seemed everyone had the same idea of taking a small road to leave the city, but unfortunately, too many people had the same idea, and cars were almost completely still here. You guys move. My child's wound is infected with sepsis, we need treatment. A hysterical female voice came from an open car window, accompanied by a foul smell. We want to move too, look how many cars are ahead. The passers-by were also anxious. 2 hours had passed, and they still hadn't finished this road. Everyone was very impatient, ready to explode at any moment. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead, a scream rang out, followed by a chorus of screams and cries. The sounds came from far to near. People looked at each other, not knowing how to react. Let me in the car, let me in the car. Ah. Monsters. Monsters. They eat people. Let me in the car. Bang, bang, bang went the sounds of hitting cars, accompanied by the sounds of cars colliding. People became scared, many started to retreat, and some began to pull on the doors of nearby cars. The woman quickly closed her car window the moment she heard the sounds. Seeing the chaos around her, Lin Xia's heart sank. What kind of monsters? Her perception was sending her signals of danger. From a distance, she saw them. 2 monsters covered in mold crashing through the convoy, biting anyone they saw. They looked like dogs, but their bodies were covered in long fur, making them hard to see. As they moved, mold kept falling off, flying everywhere. When they touched people, the mold seemed to come alive and wrapped around them. People who were bitten quickly had their wounds turn black and ooze pus. Lin Xia snapped out of her shock. No longer daring to hesitate, she threw her bike aside and bolted towards the village by the roadside. The road was packed with cars. It was originally a 2-lane small road, and now it was extremely chaotic. Pedestrians were either screaming and fleeing for their lives, or slumped on the ground crying and trembling. Her ears were filled with screams, cries for help and curses. Not a single car door opened. She saw the lights in the village gradually turn on, but no one dared to open their doors. Many people climbed onto walls to look outside. Lin Xia suppressed her fear and ran frantically through the village. But as screams also began to echo in the village, one of those mold monsters appeared in front of her. Fortunately, the village roads were wide and connected, so she quickly changed direction and continued to run. She really couldn't come into contact with this thing. If she got injured, she would be beyond saving. She was panting heavily and with the mask on. She felt like she couldn't breathe, but she didn't dare to take off the mask. At this moment, The air was filled with mold from the mold monster. As she ran, Lin Xia quickly exchanged for and used a speed attribute card. Her speed increased from 6 to 7, and she sped up again, surpassing the people in front of her. She didn't dare to look much, and she didn't dare to wipe away her tears. How could a person outrun a dog? The screams from behind kept coming. Although she didn't want to admit it at this moment, only those who ran fast had a chance to escape. Finally, she rushed out of the village. Fortunately, there were only 2. Ahead were flat fields, but this kind of road was even harder to traverse. People in the cars by the roadside looked out in terror. They dared not come out, and had nowhere to go. So they could only stay put. Some bolder individuals had already gotten out and rushed ahead. Lin Xia didn't dare to look much and quickly continued running. The screams were left behind her. She didn't dare to stop, continuing to run forward. There were only a few people behind her. Everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Those in front didn't dare to fall behind. It wasn't until the air was free of floating mold, and there was no sign of monsters in the open space behind her, that Lin Xia's steps finally slowed down. She threw away her gloves, put on a new pair, and then quickly changed her mask before she felt much better. The people behind her couldn't speak coherently, but it seemed they wanted her mask and gloves. Lin Xia looked behind her. There were over a dozen people. She didn't dare to show off her wealth. So she pretended not to understand and quickly turned and ran away. She checked her offline map and found that the H-city border was not far ahead. Lin Xia continued walking for about another hour until she saw the iron wall and iron net ahead, with rows of armed soldiers in protective suits behind it. The iron net was especially high, and disinfectant was constantly being sprayed from the very top. Lin Xia got a little closer and saw that besides guns, they also had flamethrowers hanging from their hands. Backup successful. Backed up revolver 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up Uzi submachine gun 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up grenade 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up military protective suit 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up bulletproof vest 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up military flamethrower 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up tear gas sprayer 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up all-terrain off-road vehicle 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up robot 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up protective gloves 1. Requires survival points. 1. Backup successful. Backed up safety shoes 1. Requires survival points. 1. So many items surprised Lin Xia. Things she hadn't even seen were also backed up. Only then did she realize another benefit of mental power. Perceiving with mental power was also seeing. Chapter 7 Fungal World 5. Lin Xia tried to talk to them, but no matter what she said, those people would only reply, "Please return." Looking around, there was no door, so Lin Xia walked along the iron fence towards the road. By the time she found the main group, quite a few people were already negotiating with those outside the iron fence. But it was clear that the people outside were firm in their attitude and refused to let them pass. "Everyone, please don't be impulsive. Everyone has seen and felt the disaster in H-City. People nationwide are trying to help everyone. Currently, there's no medicine developed that can eliminate this mold. If we let everyone out and it spreads across the country, then there will truly be no hope. We hope for your understanding and support," a man said with a steady voice through a loudspeaker. "But this stuff floats away with the wind. How can this iron fence stop it? You're just doing something useless. You can disinfect us. There are monsters." "Monsters? Didn't you hear? Those monsters eat people. Many people were bitten and died. Our elderly need treatment. He needs medicine. You are committing murder." Everyone spoke at once, but the people on the other side stopped speaking after their statement and watched them in silence. Someone excitedly crashed into the iron fence, only to be electrocuted by the current on the fence and fall to the ground. People were in an uproar, not expecting to be treated this way. Lin Xia felt uneasy. She stood a little further away, checking the situation while taking out her phone, planning to see if there was any news online. As soon as she opened her phone, she saw someone say, "I heard that some countries internationally are demanding the use of thermobaric weapons on H City." What are thermobaric weapons? Thermobaric weapons combine the effects of high temperature and high pressure, capable of releasing a large amount of thermal energy and generating a huge pressure wave during an explosion, with immense destructive power against underground shelters and deep bunkers. The explosion temperature of a thermobaric bomb can reach 2500, and the shockwave pressure exceeds 1000 kilopascals, causing severe damage within a 1 kilometer radius around the explosion center. Most importantly, it does not produce nuclear radiation. Oh my goodness, what about the people in H City? Don't say that, this really might eliminate those mold. I heard that those mold are only destroyed above 1000. Then shouldn't the people in H City be evacuated? Are you kidding? If they come out, wouldn't they bring the mold with them? Can you disinfect them at 1000? There are millions of people inside. Our families would never agree. If no effective suppressants or extermination drugs are developed, I'm afraid we won't have a choice but to agree. This is a matter concerning the fate of humanity. You are too inhumane. You must not have relatives in there to be so indifferent, but my parents are still inside. My younger brother is also studying there. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Soon after, this post was blocked, but Lin Xiao's hands and feet turned cold. If it really happened, wouldn't everyone die here? Her heart pounded, clamoring to leave. Lin Xia looked at the soldiers outside, feeling somewhat powerless. How could she get out? Leaving was impossible. Behind them were monsters. If the monsters chased them, they could still use the soldiers' guns. Running back by herself would be like offering herself up as food. Apparently, everyone thought the same. Except for those who needed medical attention. People dispersed, fearing that the mold monster would find them again and wipe them out. Lin Xia kept her distance from others. Suddenly, she saw a prompt. Backup successful. Backed up primary protective shield card 1. Survival points required, 100. Primary protective shield card, 360 surround, protects your safety. Duration, 5 minutes. Just this one card increased her experience by 8. Lin Xia put aside her plan to rest, and started walking along the iron fence. Players' items must be hidden on their bodies or in their backpacks now. So relying on sight might not be enough. She needed to get closer to sense them. After walking a circle, she saw a team formed by players. She immediately approached them and indeed managed to back up something good. Seeing their wary eyes, Lin Xia quietly walked away. Backup successful. Backed up fire element card 1. Survival points required, 100. Fire element card. Can unleash fire ability. Energy value, 100. Backup successful. Backed up attribute ring 1. Survival points required, 200. Attribute ring, 2 mental power. Backup successful. Backed up cleaning card 1. Survival points required, 1000. Cleaning card, skill card, makes you clean in 1 second. Can be used once every 4 hours. Backup successful. Backed up water element card 1. Survival points required, 100. Water element card, can unleash water ability. Energy value, 100. With no more gains, Lin Xia found a less crowded spot to sit down and rest. After running all this way, she felt a bit tired. She looked at her panel. Real name, Lin Xia invisible. Name, Sanchi. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 13. Strength 3. Speed, 7. Possess talent. SS grade what you see is what you get. Talent what you see is what you get. Any item seen can be duplicated. Living beings cannot be duplicated. To retrieve a duplicate, survival points are required. How to obtain survival points. Survive 1 minute in game 1 point. 60 minutes in reality 1 point. Possessed ability, mental ability. Personal space, 3 cubic meters. Survival points, 172. Experience, 98. Her talent was about to level up, just too short. Lin Xia looked at it dejectedly, then shifted her gaze to the items she could conjure. She wasn't sure if this fire ability could eliminate these mold. Looking at her meager 172 survival points, Lin Xia didn't act rashly. That protective shield was also very useful. It would be even better if it could block bullets. The cleaning card was a skill that could be used continuously. She really wanted it, Lin Xia drooled, but she couldn't afford it. After some thought, Lin Xia moved closer to the person who possessed the fire element card. H-City was definitely a place to escape from, and relying on herself alone was basically impossible. But someone with an element card would surely know its power, and she might be able to benefit from it. Moreover, their location was near the mountain, so they could run up the mountain if something happened. Looking at the short fuzz on her gloves, Lin Xia felt disgusted. How was she supposed to eat like this? She decided against it, and instead checked for information online. Before she could even take out her phone, she heard someone exclaim, "The internet's gone. Why is there no internet?" Lin Xia stopped reaching for her phone. At this moment, it wasn't just one person shaking their phone around, but everyone who had a phone. The internet was down, meaning they had lost their channel for receiving external information. It was unclear if the lines had been corroded or if the network had been intentionally cut off. While she was lost in thought, a large crowd surged towards them. The player squad discussed for a moment, and then ran up the mountain. Lin Xia looked at the surging crowd and immediately followed them up the mountain. Once she entered the mountain, Lin Xia didn't run around aimlessly. She first quickly changed into a new mask, wearing 2 layers, then tried to find a tree to climb. But she clearly overestimated herself. She couldn't climb trees at all. Looking at the stream of people rapidly approaching, Lin Xia had a sudden realization they wouldn't be climbing too. These people had such thick, long mold fur on them. What was going on? Was it raining mold? Chapter 8 Fungal World 6. Lin Xia saw 3 or 4 people squatting on a tree not far away, all staring at her. She couldn't care less about anything else. So she hugged the tree and scrambled upwards, finally hooking onto a branch. With a strong push, she moved up. Lin Xia, panting, looked down and realized that the tree she had chosen was too close to the road. No wonder people had run up just now, and there were sounds of people fighting for trees, but no one came to snatch hers. While looking down, she reached into her pocket and pulled out the revolver she had exchanged for. Counting them, there were only 5 bullets. She caressed it with fondness. The hammer was semi-concealed, so it wouldn't get caught on her clothes or anything, making it very safe. Lin Xia silently thanked Teacher Yang from Military Museum on a certain social media platform for teaching her how to use a gun. So many people ran, and countless molds scattered like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Soldiers sprayed it with flamethrowers, burning off the mold's fuzz. Countless people were crying and shouting below. Lin Xia listened for a long time before she finally understood. Those mutated mold monster had run into the city, which was why they hadn't come here. Their bodies were growing larger and larger, wreaking havoc in the city, causing elevated bridges and buildings to collapse. Countless people turned into black liquid and were absorbed, dying without a complete corpse. The places they had gone in the city had already become a living hell, with countless people crushed to death. The others listened in horror. This power was definitely like a corpse-dissolving liquid. Fortunately, they hadn't run this way. Now the air was filled with mold brought by these people. Lin Xia looked at the mold sticking to her clothes and decisively jumped off the tree, running towards the mountain. She had to leave this area. The mold on these mold dogs seemed to be even more potent. Some people ran with her, but most still felt it was safer where they were. After running out of the mold-covered area, Lin Xia stood on the mountainside and stopped, looking at the protective net here. It seemed like there was no one here. She looked around and realized it wasn't that there was no one, but that 2 teams of people were patrolling back and forth, seemingly only 500 meters apart. She observed for a long time. These people's patrols left no opportunity to slip through. Moreover, this wasn't a good place to break through. Escaping on a bare mountain would make her a sitting duck. The player team not far away was also discussing this issue. Brotherly, this won't work. Look at these trees, they're so sparse, and the leaves are so small, they can't hide anyone at all. If we go out from here, we'll be shot down before we've run 2 steps. That's right, not here. But did you see just now the soldier's marksmanship? Every shot was a headshot. Even if I could blast open the protective net, we probably wouldn't get far, Brotherly sighed. Then what should we do? I don't want to turn into a mold monster. Hat's too terrifying. Brotherly blasts open the protective net. Let's not run first. Everyone will definitely rush out in a swarm. If we mix in with the crowd, maybe. Forget it, if you don't run first, can you still get out? Didn't you see they're all not far away? With fire support, maybe not a single one of us will escape. Then what do you say we do? Lin Xia listened for a while, and felt that these people were also unreliable. Seeing that the mold below had been blown away by the wind, she simply went down the mountain, found an unoccupied tree, and painstakingly climbed up. First, she sprayed disinfectant all over the tree, and then all over herself. Then she took off the outer layer of her mask and her outer clothes, stuffing them all into a plastic bag. She also took off her gloves and put them in. Then she quickly disinfected herself, took out a set of clothes to put on, put her gloves back on, and continued to spray with disinfectant. After all this fuss, many people looked at her. Lin Xia took out her gun and tucked it into her waistband. Some people were dismissive and exchanged glances, but Lin Xia ignored them and sat down to rest. She was thirsty and hungry now, but looking around, she really didn't want to eat, but she had to. While it was still clean, she quickly took out a bottle of water and gulped down half of it. She took out bread and beef and ate them as quickly as she could, choking herself so much that she drank the other half of the water. She didn't want to leave any leftovers. If she did, she wouldn't dare to eat or drink them later. Seeing the covetous gazes of some people, Lin Xia thought for a moment, and decided to exchange for a primary protective shield, and put it in her space. Hey brothers, we're hungry too. Share your stuff with us. Yeah, brothers will protect you. Come on. Hand over your backpack. Lin Xia pulled out her pistol, cocked the hammer, and aimed at the people below the tree. I advise you to scram. Ha 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 ha, little sister. What are you doing? Trying to scare us with a toy gun? I advise you to be sensible. Didn't you see those soldiers aren't doing anything? Don't expect anyone to help you. Brother, this girl is really pretty. The men exchanged glances and laughed disgustingly. Lin Xia looked at those people. Even though the people below the tree were laughing wildly, they didn't even glance her way, completely ignoring what was happening here, and the surrounding people avoided her gaze. Lin Xia gritted her teeth, raised her gun, aimed at the ringleader, and stared at him, asking, "Are you going to scram or not?" Ha 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 ha, come on, shoot me dead. The man laughed even more wildly. Lin Xia's hand trembled a little, but she no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot attracted everyone's attention. The people outside the fence only glanced over before turning their eyes away. The person under the tree screamed. The people beside him stumbled backward in fright. It's a real gun. It's a real gun. Being injured in this environment meant a death sentence. Lin Xia had shot the man in the shoulder just now. He lay on the ground screaming. She gritted her teeth and shot him in the head. His head exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. The man's screams abruptly stopped. She pointed the gun at the other few people. They raised their hands, trembling. He instigated us to come. He instigated us to come. Please spare our lives. Drag him far away. Lin Xia said in a low voice. Yes, yes, yes. Those few people dragged the corpse from under the tree far away. The person who had been shouting from outside the fence saw her kill the man, turned his head, and stared at her intently for a while. Lin Xia initially lowered her gaze to avoid him, but then immediately lifted her head and stared back at him fiercely. The man was startled. She shot so decisively, he thought she was either a police officer or a criminal, but he didn't expect her to be a young girl with tears in her eyes but a stubborn gaze. He then turned his head away, no longer looking at her. After all, his only task was to guard this protective net. Lin Xia pressed her left hand on her right hand holding the gun. Dead hand, why are you shaking? She looked around. Everyone who met her gaze immediately lowered their heads and looked away. Those who had similar ill intentions just now quickly extinguished those thoughts. Not to mention being shot dead. Even being grazed by a bullet would likely mean not surviving. After a while, Lin Xia put the pistol into her pocket, actually putting it into her space. If this thing fell out, it would be life-threatening. She lowered her head, hid behind a tree branch, and tears streamed down her face. Then she blinked quickly, holding back her tears. Lin Xia sat blankly for a while, not thinking about anything, and no longer afraid. Suddenly she smiled. She knew that if she didn't have a gun today, her fate would definitely not be good. Rather than her dying, it was better for them to die. Chapter 9 Fungal World 7. Suddenly, she realized that the sense of danger she had felt earlier had diminished. She looked around and saw many people looking at their phones. She took out her phone and checked, and indeed, the internet was back. She saw the pinned message. Please rest assured, fellow citizens, we will never abandon any of you. The rumors online about thermobaric weapons are false. Everyone, please do not believe or spread rumors. But at this moment, the internet was no longer filled with encouraging voices. It turned out someone had uploaded a video of a dog mutating into a mold monster. Especially in S City and Y City, which bordered H City, most people were strongly resisting their entry into S City and Y City. Some people even cheered for the sealing off of H City. The internet was embroiled in a war of words. Everyone, stop arguing. Look how pitiful those sick people are. Are you going to let them out to spread mold? You're a bleeding heart. Why don't you go in and take care of the patients? Get lost, stay away from our Y City. Stay away from our S City too. Lin Xia stopped looking at these meaningless comments and searched for news. It turned out that N City abroad had also discovered the same mold. After investigation, the source was surprisingly a meteorite that had fallen during a meteor shower a few days ago, which silenced the clamoring voices abroad. Without the sword of Damocles hanging over her head, Lin Xia relaxed a little. But the origin remained the most severe area. She had to leave, otherwise, she didn't know what would happen within 10 days. At this moment, it had quieted down here. Lin Xia was scrolling on her phone with a power bank, occasionally glancing at the people making a ruckus for their families, but it was clearly in vain. As darkness fell, the noisy people, perhaps tired, began to beg for medicine, hoping to get antibiotics for their families. Lin Xia glanced at them, then lowered her head, no longer looking. In the silence, a cough sounded, like a signal, and many people began to cough. The difference was that some coughed heartbreakingly, some coughed until their faces were red, and some just coughed occasionally. Lin Xia also felt a slight itch in her throat. She immediately looked at her survival points. Survival points, 792. To survive now. Physique was undoubtedly the most important. She immediately exchanged for 3 Physique 1 cards. Thinking she might still need to run, she also exchanged for 2 Speed 1 cards and chose to use them. Her physique increased from 13 to 16 points, and her speed increased from 7 to 9. As soon as her physique increased, she instantly felt her throat was no longer itchy. After pondering for a while, she still had 300 survival points left. She looked at the player team and felt they might not be reliable, so she exchanged for a fire element card and put it in her inventory. With 200 points remaining, Lin Xia looked at her meager 3 points of strength, feeling a bit upset, but there was no way to back up her strength. She exchanged for 1 bulletproof vest and 1 grenade each. And under the cover of night, she put the bulletproof vest on under her clothes. The remaining survival points were kept for backup. At this time, various food smells wafted over. And Lin Xia also felt a little hungry, but thinking about how dirty her hands were, and that mold could enter her stomach with the food, she instantly didn't want to bother again. Leaning against a tree branch, she kept an eye on the player team's movements. They had circled the area in the afternoon and returned, presumably finding no loopholes. When they did something, she could also create some chaos with them, which would likely increase her chances of successful escape. Waiting here, she waited for 2 days. It was now the evening of the 3rd day of the game. The internet had gone down again during the day, and this time it seemed to be completely cut off, not returning. There were no lights in the city either, so the electricity must have been cut off too. As more and more people arrived, everyone learned that the water had been contaminated. When more and more people gathered, Lin Xia moved to the tree closest to the protective net. On the 3rd night of the game, Lin Xia leaned against a tree branch and looked around. The mountain was full of people, some had even set up tents, and in front of the fence at the base of the mountain, there was a dense crowd. She took a rope and tied herself, and amidst the coughing, she fell asleep. In such an environment, how could she sleep soundly? In the middle of the night, Lin Xia suddenly opened her eyes. She suddenly had a feeling of her hair standing on end. She glanced at her watch. It was past 2 in the morning. Quietly untying the rope that bound her, Lin Xia looked into the distance, but it was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. But she was sure something had changed. The stench in the air had grown stronger, almost unbearable for her heightened sense of smell. Just then screams erupted, startling everyone awake. Someone fumbled for a flashlight and shone it, only to drop it in fright, scrambling away. But the ground was covered with people. This caused more screams to erupt. Those who saw it were scared and wanted to run out, while those who didn't see it were wary of the person. People rolled into a ball, in utter chaos. Lin Xia also saw clearly. It was a person who had transformed into a mold monster. The entire body had swelled several times, much taller than a normal person, looking terrifying. She paused, not expecting that people would also mutate, and silently at that. If this was the case, these people would probably be even less likely to let them out. Just then, lights illuminated outside the fence, making Lin Xia feel her eyes were dazzled. The chaotic crowd saw the appearance of the mold monster, which made them even more chaotic. Lin Xia looked at the player team. They obviously thought of this too. In such chaos, it was indeed an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Seeing the few people talking anxiously, Lin Xia changed her mask and checked her game items. Gunshots rang out at the base of the mountain, but they missed, only scattering many molds. Perhaps due to the extreme chaos of the crowd or something else, those people didn't fire again. Shoot them. What are you doing? We've wasted money on you. What are you still standing there for? Come and protect us. A help. Amidst the chaos, Lin Xia saw clearly that after this humanoid mold monster bit someone, the bitten person quickly turned into black water and was absorbed by it, and its size actually grew again. And when the monster, which had grown larger again, touched someone with its arm, that person rapidly turned into black water and was absorbed. In her shock, Lin Xia suddenly coughed, and the tree beneath her seemed to creak and sway. Her face turned pale, and she quickly jumped down from the large tree, running to an open area without trees, completely exposed in the light. She also saw clearly that a thin layer of mold had already fallen on her. What she saw, others naturally saw too. The people outside the fence no longer waited and quickly raised their guns to shoot. On the mountain, surprised shouts and sounds of collapse came from the few trees close to the base of the mountain. Lin Xia coughed a few times, while others were coughing so hard they couldn't breathe, and some even coughed up blood. The closer they were to the mold monster, the more severe the symptoms. In just this short while, the mold monster had grown even taller and larger. There were too many people around it. Its growth rate was extraordinarily fast, and the mold flying off its body seemed even more active. Lin Xia felt terrified just looking at it, not daring to look much. The surrounding people surged up the mountain, but there were too many people. Cries, screams, and wails pierced people's ears. Lin Xia shivered as she looked at those who weren't dissolved but were trampled. Chapter 10 Fungal World 8. She quickly glanced at her survival points. Survival points. 2418. Her throat felt a bit itchy. This was after she had already exchanged 5 points of physique during the day. Now she quickly exchanged for 5 physique 1 and 8 speed 1 cards. The player squad ran towards the railing, but Lin Xia had no time to pay attention to them. If she didn't run now, she would be pushed onto the high-voltage net by the crowd. Taking out a primary protective shield card and a fire element card, she couldn't run any further, nor did she have time to think. Activating the shield. She could only hope that this shield would keep her safe. As soon as her hand touched the card, she felt a surge of energy, as if her mental power could control it. The situation was urgent. Her mental power surged through and a burst of energy shot out, blasting a large hole in the protective net. Lin Xia sprinted out at an extremely fast speed, dodging bullets that were fired at her. People near her rejoiced and followed closely, dashing out. She didn't see that after Brotherly used his card he was completely stunned. It hadn't blown open the protective net. When a loud bang was heard, a large hole appeared not far away. Several people, without time to think, squeezed towards it. Indeed, bullets were fired at them, but they were all blocked by the protective shield. However, the screams from behind her continued to come. She didn't dare to look back, didn't dare to stop. The shield only lasted for 5 minutes. She needed to leave this place quickly. Bullets densely struck the protective shield. She glanced at the time, for O2 remained. This place was undoubtedly the most heavily guarded. She didn't want to be surrounded after getting out, so she quickly changed direction and ran towards the small forest. Suddenly, the gunfire seemed to change direction. Lin Xia looked back and saw that the mold monster had merely touched the protective net, and the net began to sizzle, emitting black liquid. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before it corroded through. In front of it, flames continuously extinguished the mold on its body, but it seemed insufficient. Although its size was shrinking, the power of the mold showed no signs of decreasing. With just a glance, she knew that before it was killed, the protective net would be destroyed, though its death was also a matter of time. Not daring to look any further, Lin Xia ran into the forest. Fortunately, there was moonlight, though it was foggy. She ran for a long time, stumbling, until there was no longer any strange sound. Only then did she stop and check the time. More than an hour had passed. She felt somewhat lost, not knowing where she could go. Although H City looked very dangerous, the outside world had clearly not yet collapsed. She was truly afraid of being captured, and put on an experimental table as soon as she went out. At first, she thought the first game wouldn't be that difficult, but now she was proven wrong. This mold was clearly an alien species. Although the proportion of mutated humans and animals was very small, its power was immense. It was instant death upon contact, simply unsolvable. Who would dare to go forward and fight? They might not even get close before the mold around the mold monster corroded their lungs. This was only the 4th day of the mutation, and it was developing so rapidly. She could only hope that the people of this world could find corrosion-resistant materials. Otherwise all buildings would be sources of danger. Without further thought, Lin Xia dared not light a lamp. By the moonlight, she changed everything on her body that could be changed, spraying disinfectant liberally, and sanitizing her hands again and again. Only then did she take out water and food from her space and quickly ate and drank. It was also vacuum-packed cooked food. She was afraid that if she ate too slowly, she would swallow too much mold. After eating, she disinfected herself again, then put on a protective suit. There was no one here, so she wasn't afraid of others coveting her. She looked at her panel. Her current panel was: real name, Lin Xia Invisible. Name Sanchi. Spirit 10. Physique 26. Strength 3. Speed 17. Gunshots and shouts came intermittently. Lin Xia was somewhat puzzled. The newly formed mold monster, under the suppression of force, especially flamethrowers, should not have been able to last this long. But she didn't want to investigate further. She exchanged for an electric bike and continued on her way. This would also help her escape, wouldn't it? She was still selfish, she thought as she rode. No matter what, she had to go back alive. She still had to find her parents. After riding for about half an hour, a line of iron walls appeared ahead. Lin Xia quickly hid behind a tree and observed. There was no movement, it was quiet. Waiting like this was not a solution. Lin Xia exchanged for a primary protective shield card, chose to use it, abandoned the electric bike, and quickly ran towards the iron wall. She approached surprisingly smoothly, without being shot at. She was puzzled. She ran a long distance along the iron wall. Under her mental power perception, there was no one on the other side. After thinking for a moment, she returned to the road, preparing to blast open a door. She took out the fire element card. 30 points of energy had been used from it. Walking a bit further, a huge fireball suddenly struck the iron wall. With a rumble, a large hole was blasted open in the iron wall. Having gained experience for the first time, Lin Xia clearly felt this time that 30 energy points was the maximum her current mental power could use. After using her mental power this time, she felt a bit dizzy and nauseous. She immediately exchanged for 2 attribute card. Spirit 1. With her mental power increased to 12, the symptoms instantly alleviated. Feeling someone approaching from behind, her footsteps became frantic. Lin Xia retrieved her electric bike and quickly left. She rushed very far, and there wasn't a single person on the road, which made her regret using the shield. It was 100 survival points after all. Thinking of the mold monster that caused instant death upon contact, she felt that everything was necessary. She just felt that the further away from H City, the better. While the outside was not chaotic, she would go as far as she could. With an emergency brake, Lin Xia looked in shock at the giant in Y City in the distance. To be able to see it from such a distance, one could imagine how large it was. And looking at it from so far away, it was like watching a silent image, making one's hair stand on end. No wonder there were no guards outside H City. But why would Y City be even more terrifying than H City? Would it still be possible for her to seal up the large hole and return to H City? She took out her phone and checked. There was still no signal. Suddenly remembering that she still had a radio in her space, she quickly took it out and adjusted it for a long time, finally hearing a message. Residents of H City, Y City, S City, L City, and K City, please note. We will deploy thermobaric bombs on the above cities at 5 a.m. sharp on April 20th. 2 bombs will be deployed in H City. All residents, please stay at least 2 kilometers away from the mold monster to ensure your personal safety. The above content will be broadcast in a loop. Residents of H City, Y City, S City, L City, and K City, please note. We will deploy thermobaric bombs on the above cities at 5 a.m. sharp on April 20th. 2 bombs will be deployed in H City. All residents, please stay at least 5 kilometers away from the mold monster to ensure your personal safety. The above content will be broadcast in a loop. April 20th? Lin Xia realized, wasn't that today? She abruptly raised her hand and looked at her watch. 5 o'clock. She only had time to throw herself to the ground. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a massive mushroom cloud rose in the distance. There was a violent tremor behind her, and a wave of heat swept from behind. Fortunately, she was far away, otherwise she would have been vaporized. Lin Xiao's heart pounded rapidly, watching the shield's time remaining. 30 seconds. She even thought for a moment that these 100 survival points had served some purpose after all. Chapter 11 Fungal World 9. It was obvious that the one behind her was very close. And Lin Xia didn't dare to imagine if those people had received the message. Had they escaped? Shaking her head, Lin Xia sat up. She shouldn't think about what she shouldn't. Since a thermobaric bomb had been used, and it was explicitly stated that it was targeting mold monster, did that mean that after mutating into mold monster, they couldn't be eliminated by conventional flame temperatures? What about the fire element card? Was it useful? She decided to try it if she had the chance. If she truly had no attack methods, then she would just lay low. After charging her phone, Lin Xia looked through the offline map. She decided to go to City B, which had the top research personnel and military forces, so it must be the safest. Plus, City B wasn't far. After planning her route, Lin Xia exchanged for an SUV and drove off. She didn't dare to take the high-speed rail. The mold's corrosiveness was too strong, and the degree of mold invasion varied in each city. Without communication, she might crash at any point, which would be life-threatening. As she set off, she found the highway quite clear, with not many cars. However, gradually, pedestrians started getting on the highway. Lin Xia also glanced at the cars on the roadside. They had been corroded. She drove incredibly fast, afraid of being blocked by people, but there were more and more people on the road, and they looked at her with surprise and envy. Perhaps because she drove fast, no one dared to intercept her so far. Lin Xia also didn't dare to stop, and quickly left all the pedestrians behind. Upon reaching the neighboring city, there were more vehicles on the road, and Lin Xia's speed decreased. Eventually she even stopped. Familiar screams came from ahead, and she saw people getting out of their cars, running backward with terrified expressions. Mold monster! More mold monster! Run! Lin Xia sighed, exchanged for 3 attribute cards. Speed 1 and 2 attribute cards, Physique 1. After using them, she opened the door, got out, jumped onto the opposite lane and ran against the flow. She wanted to test if her fireball could eliminate these mold monster. With a speed of 20, she became a blur, rushing out quickly. The fire element card only had 40 energy left. Soon, she saw the newly formed humanoid mold monster. It had already grown to nearly 2 meters. A card appeared in her hand, and with a movement of her mental power, the remaining 40 energy surged out, accurately striking the mold monster. As soon as the fireball approached the mold monster, it completely engulfed it. In just 3 seconds, the mold monster disappeared. Why can you shoot fireballs? Have you awakened an ability? Someone not far from Lin Xia exclaimed. Ability? How do you awaken it? Is there really an ability? What else could that fireball just now be if not an ability? Didn't you see it? The mold monster disappeared in an instant. Could it be that our world is upgrading, and we can awaken abilities with the help of mold? Lin Xia was wearing a protective suit, completely covered from head to toe. Seeing people look at her, she moved her legs and ran a great distance, quickly disappearing from sight. She runs so fast. I want an ability too. Oh my god, it's incredible. I even filmed it. Lin Xia summarized as she ran. The amount of energy used from the fire element card is determined by mental power. The stronger the mental power, the more energy is used from the card, the greater the power, and the fewer times it can be used. She had used 40 energy points just now, but that didn't mean 40 energy points were necessary to kill the mold monster. Next time, she could try using fewer if she had a lot of survival points. Looking around, there was no one nearby. Lin Xia jumped over the central barrier, exchanged for another SUV, and continued her journey. The later it got, the more dangerous it would be. Along the way, there were more and more pedestrians and more congested cars. Many cars broke down as they drove, their internal wiring severed. Lin Xia simply exchanged for a bicycle. Fortunately, she didn't encounter any more mold monster. She looked at the sky, which was slightly dark, though her phone only showed 6 p.m. She took advantage of the remaining light, and her working bicycle to travel for another 2 hours. When she stopped, she saw that the brakes on the bicycle were about to break. She threw it by the roadside, then climbed up a dirt hill nearby. Finding a flat, secluded spot, Lin Xia quickly took off her protective suit. The suit had many holes. Disinfect, 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 a thorough disinfection. She took off all her outer clothes and stuffed them into a trash bag. Exchanging for a Class C RV, she quickly slipped inside. She rapidly took off her clothes and threw them out, then, while the RV was clean, took a quick combat shower and changed into clean clothes. Then, using the pot in the RV, she cooked herself 2 packs of instant noodles, 2 eggs, a pack of dried vegetables, and a bag of beef. She hadn't eaten hot food for 2 days, and hadn't eaten anything at all today. This meal, she even drank the soup completely. After taking care of her physical needs, she quickly put on a new protective suit. Lying on the clean bedding, she sighed comfortably. She looked at her attribute panel. Real name, Lin Xia, invisible. Name Sanchi. Spirit, 12. Physique, 28. Strength 3. Speed 20. Possess talent. SS grade, what you see is what you get. Talent, what you see is what you get. Any item seen can be replicated, living beings cannot be replicated. To retrieve a replica, survival points are required. How to obtain survival points. Survive 1 minute in the game, 1 point. 60 minutes in reality, 1 point. Possessed ability. Mental ability. Personal space, 3 cubic meters. Survival points, 1224. Experience, 98. Continue to add to physique. Lin Xia exchanged for 5 attribute cards, Physique 1 and 2 attribute cards, Mental Power 1. She increased her physique to 32. She wouldn't use the mental power attribute cards for now, and her speed was sufficient, so she wouldn't exchange for more. She exchanged for a fire ability card and a primary protective shield card. These 2 cards were for self-defense. After pondering for a while, she exchanged for a water element card. When traveling outside, she didn't dare to drink water at all. She looked at her hands with a bit of distaste. She wanted to try if she could directly deliver water to her mouth. Pulling the blackout curtains, turning on the light, she got up and went to the bathroom. She submerged her mental power into the card, which was very easy. Then, to her surprise, she found many water elements surrounding her, and she could extract water energy of random sizes. However, because the energy was derived from the card, water couldn't appear directly in her mouth. She tried putting the card to her mouth, and that worked. System: will the space be contaminated by mold? No. Then, can contaminated items be disinfected if brought in? Please explore on your own, player. She just wanted to confirm, so it didn't matter if there was no answer. Since it wouldn't be contaminated, it could definitely be eliminated, so she wasn't afraid anymore. Now she would practice her mental power. Currently, the main functions of her mental power were 1. Perception, as if opening a third eye. 2. Intuition, especially for danger, including dream premonitions. 3. Control over ability cards, which was her main attack method now. Lin Xia pondered whether she could awaken another ability if she obtained other ability cards. She tried to extract the water ability card with her mental power, then brought it to her mouth with her mental power. The card was very light. Lin Xia tried repeatedly, and when she felt a headache, she used an attribute card. After using both attribute cards, she could finally skillfully extract cards, and even pick up slightly heavier objects. Her mental power also increased to 14. Lin Xia collapsed onto the bed, taking advantage of the cleanliness to quickly get some sleep. Chapter 12 Mold World 10. What's this? Why is there a car here? Someone bumped into the car, fumbled around for a long time, then excitedly walked away. Lin Xia opened her eyes, checked her phone, and it was 5 o'clock. Someone saw the car. Lin Xia fully woke up. Why would anyone run this far? There was no moon last night, the mountain roads were difficult, and her flashlight had long been broken. People were afraid of getting injured, so they didn't dare to go this far. She saw some people even sleeping on the highway. She didn't expect anyone to be here, but what if they saw it? Getting up, she turned on her flashlight, looked at the foggy interior of the car, disinfected it, brushed her teeth, quickly wiped her face, and changed into a new protective suit. It would help a little, and put on a gas mask. Then she heard footsteps approaching from a distance outside. Judging by the sound, there were quite a few people. Fortunately, everyone was walking slowly now. She had originally wanted to just leave, but the door wouldn't open. Luckily, the windows were manual, so she climbed out through a window. Brother Wang, why do you think there's a car here? Could it be a player who drew a spatial ability? If so, how big would a spatial ability have to be to fit a car? You didn't feel it wrong, did you? Maybe it's a discarded car from before. Are you stupid? Whose car would be discarded here? A spatial ability. If we could seize it, Brother Wang's strength would surely reach another level. Exactly. That water ability is useless, just a couple of drops of water. How can it compare to Brother Wang's pistol with unlimited bullets? It's a divine weapon. Shoo. We're almost there. Stop talking. Though the voices were low, Lin Xia's hearing had greatly improved with her physical enhancement. Players? Lin Xia's steps, which had been preparing to leave, paused. She looked at her 98 talent experience. This had to be an upgrade. When the people got closer, Lin Xia's perception swept over them. Backup successful. Backed up pistol 1, bullets 100. Requires 50 survival points. Backup successful. Backed up night vision goggles 1. Requires 50 survival points. Backed up sharp dagger 1. Requires 1 survival point. Congratulations, your SS grade what you see is what you get talent has leveled up to level 2. SS grade what you see is what you get talent. Level 2. Any item that is seen can be replicated cannot replicate living organisms. To retrieve a replica, survival points are required. How to obtain survival points? Surviving 1 minute in the game 2 points. 30 minutes in reality 1 point. A pistol with 100 rounds of bullets. No wonder they were so confident. Hands up. Brother Wang didn't finish his sentence when he felt a flash before his eyes, a pain in his wrist, and the pistol slipped from his hand. Lin Xia turned on her flashlight. Once their eyes adjusted to the light, everyone saw the pistol in the hands of the person opposite them. Everyone was stunned. Brother Wang quickly checked his wrist. The skin wasn't broken. He was scared to death. Who has the water ability? Lin Xia wanted to see if abilities could be backed up. It's him, it's him. A thin boy was pushed forward. Use it, let me see. The boy paused for a moment before quickly condensing a water ball. Unfortunately, she didn't see the words backup. But then again, when using element cards, her mental power could perceive the energy of those abilities, but without the card as a medium, she couldn't condense that energy herself. Energy cannot be replicated. This is different from cards. Cards are a medium and can be recorded, but energy cannot. What are you planning to do? Brother Wang saw everyone looking at him and stammered, nothing, we just wanted to see if you needed help. Lin Xia chuckled and raised the gun in her hand. Oh, then thank you for your help. Not wanting to get entangled with them, she turned off her flashlight and ran far away. Watching her rapidly disappearing figure, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The person behind Brother Wang looked at the dagger in his hand and smiled. Zulfust. Did she draw a speed attribute card? And a major attribute one? She's too lucky. Lin Xia put the pistol into her spatial ability and carefully advanced on the highway. Many people were sleeping directly on the highway, which greatly slowed her down. After there were fewer people, Lin Xia's running speed picked up. She found that those numerical values were just numbers and didn't represent her true speed. With the same attributes, an athlete would definitely run faster than an ordinary person in a race. This was about skill and the degree of control over one's body, which could be strengthened through exercise. If everything was based on her own body, then she felt it was still possible for her to encounter other attribute ability cards. She would see later. Thinking about it now was useless. Getting to her destination was the priority. Day broke, and Lin Xia ran mechanically. People on the road were listless, and some tried to stop Lin Xia, but she sped up and dodged them. She also saw many children crying loudly from hunger, dying elderly people, and injured young people giving off a foul stench, walking mechanically. Everyone was coughing, just to different degrees. Some knelt on the ground, begging someone to give their children a sip of water. Some begged for an antibiotic to save a life, crying heartbreakingly, coughing heartbreakingly. Looking at such a scene, she highly doubted if this was really just a game. If these NPCs were truly not living people, how despairing must it be for ordinary people to experience such an apocalypse? But she dared not give things away. With so many people, she couldn't save them all. Should she be grateful to this game system for being able to survive in such an apocalypse? But without it, she would still be living well on Blue Star. This rotten game. Lin Xia sped up, leaving the despair behind. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky. Snowflakes began to fall, gray mold, dropping in clumps, quickly accumulating a thick layer on her. Boom! The earth trembled, and a mushroom cloud soared into the sky, right in front of them in City B. Lin Xia's expression turned grim. She quickly changed direction, rushed into the mountains by the roadside, and after running a long distance, found a flat spot and released an RV. She showered, changed clothes, ate and drank, changed into a protective suit, and put on a mask to breathe oxygen. Perhaps going to a safe zone wasn't a good choice. The more people there were, the higher the probability of mold monster forming. She had ample food, so perhaps she should find a place to live in seclusion. But then she frowned again. Without backing up items, how would her talent level up? In the first world, there were many ordinary items that could be backed up. If subsequent worlds were similar, ordinary items would no longer allow her to level up. She would have to find players to back up items. And this talent was the foundation of her survival. Lin Xia thought for a moment, and decided to rest for a day. Anyway, the players nearby were all rushing towards City B. She was ahead of them, so waiting a bit wouldn't hurt. Her throat started to itch again. She looked at her attribute panel, and added a wave of points. Real name, Lin Xia Invisible. Named Sanchi. Mental power 14. Physique, 32. Strength 3. Speed 20. Possess talent. SS grade what you see is what you get. SS grade what you see is what you get talent. Level 2. Any item that is seen can be replicated cannot replicate living organisms. To retrieve a replica, survival points are required. How to obtain survival points? Surviving 1 minute in the game 2 points, 30 minutes in reality 1 point. Possessed ability, mental ability, personal spatial ability, 3 cubic meters. Survival points, 1584. Experience, 17. Chapter 13 Fungal World 11. Lin Xia exchanged 8 attribute card. Constitution 1 and 2 attribute card. Spirit 1. Her attributes after adding them were mental power, 16. Constitution, 40. Strength 3. Speed, 20. She still had 584 survival points left. It was 11 a.m. and she could still earn quite a few points by evening. It was indeed much better after upgrading. Her chances of survival had increased again. While the RV still had electricity, Lin Xia took out a rice cooker to steam rice and a pot to cook dried vegetables. She chopped various diced meats and put them into her space once prepared. She took out items from her space little by little, wrapped vegetables and meat in rice, rolled them into small balls, ideally bit-sized, and immediately put them back into her space until the power ran out. Outside, large clusters of mold were gone, but compared to yesterday, there was more mold floating in the wind, like poplar or willow catkins in spring. Oxygen intake couldn't stop. She didn't know if the damage to her body could be repaired. If not, it would be terrible. Finally, with some free time, Lin Xia pondered. The corrosive ability of this mold seemed to primarily target food, water, and metals, such as the exposed steel supports under elevated bridges, and the copper and aluminum in electric wires. She didn't know about other materials for now. However, the mold monster, after mutation, had greatly increased corrosive ability, and it was an instant, significant increase. They could corrode the steel in buildings, causing high-rises to collapse. Thinking of this, her expression changed. What material was the RV made of? She quickly got out to check. Sure enough, the mold flying off the mold monster just now was extremely powerful. Even from this distance, the RV's exterior was already pitted and uneven. She ran to a distant spot, switched to another vehicle, and continued to ponder. Fortunately, the mutation rate of mold monster was not high. Along the way, there were only a few of them. Their corrosive ability was related to their size. The larger the size, the stronger the corrosive ability. So they needed to be eliminated early. But the appearance of 3 mutated mold monster in H City at once, could that indicate their appearance was related to the amount of mold? After all, H City was the first place to be eroded. The most terrifying aspect was the corrosion targeting food, water sources, plant roots, and wounds. This was the greatest blow to humanity. She wondered if there were currently any corrosion-resistant materials, and if scientific researchers had developed something to inhibit or kill this mold. If it could be developed quickly, the losses could still be recovered, and it wouldn't truly be the end of the world. She had thought wrongly. The system said to survive for 10 days, and she had assumed the apocalypse was irreversible, but the system had never explicitly said so. So next, she would have to be even more careful not to expose too many things that shouldn't appear. Thinking of this, Lin Xia couldn't sit still. She simply bathed, changed clothes, ate, and then went out fully dressed. This place was very close to B City, but still quite far from the safe zone. She also traveled at a normal speed. The closer she got to B City, the more people there were, and the slower her speed became. On the way, she heard these people say that because of the appearance of Mold Monster, everyone was scared and dared not stay indoors, fearing that one would appear nearby and they would be killed or crushed unknowingly. Now getting injured almost meant death. And with the safe base approaching, there were almost no troublemakers. This journey was quite smooth, just a bit slow. On the 5th day of the mold's rampage, the entire world seemed to be covered in a layer of gray. The air, once fresh, now carried a decaying, stale smell, and the once prosperous cities were either collapsed ruins or abandoned high-rise buildings. The once bustling city became a place people avoided. Coughing sounds were constant. Some people wore protective suits. Some wore gas masks or regular masks. Those with nothing covered their mouths and noses with cloth strips. and some even wore large raincoats or plastic bags. Crying was incessant on the road, and the number of dead bodies by the roadside increased, making the road smell even worse. People walking on the road moved numbly, ignoring the corpses and the crying. No one knew if they would be the next to fall. After walking for a while, they entered the mountains. When Lin Xia saw many people camping by the roadside, she realized that the safe zone couldn't accommodate so many people at the moment, only special talents, and the safe zone was still a considerable distance away from here. People from the safe zone would come out daily to spray mold inhibitors, and at night there would be lighting and patrols to prevent mutated mold monster from growing too large to be suppressed due to being undiscovered. Moreover, the safe zone was being expanded, so everyone was staying here. The people here also had much better spirits than those outside, and their coughing wasn't as severe. Lin Xia moved through the crowd. She saw Brother Li and his team. Their original dozen-plus members were now only 7, but their speed still surprised her. It seemed everyone had their trump cards. Those people just said that these NPCs can't use the items in our hands. Is that true? Who knows? Why don't you try? I'm not trying. Hope there are no more troubles in the remaining days. Let's hope so. She bypassed a few people and wandered around here, and she actually managed to back up some items. Backup successful. Backed up Special Umbrella 1. Required survival points, 50. Special Umbrella. Effectively blocks the invasion of rain and snow. Usage time, 3 days. Backup successful. Backed up Special Mask 1. Required survival points, 100. Special Mask. Blocks all substances harmful to the respiratory tract. Usage time 1 day. Indeed. Everyone had good things in their hands. This special mask, apart from being expensive, was good in every way. Lin Xia walked all the way to the entrance of the safe zone. There was a large gate of unknown material at the entrance, guarded by armed personnel. She took a couple more glances. It seemed there were corrosion-resistant materials, but probably not many. Being close to the mountains, it was very likely that people were living in caves. If there were enough inhibitors, that place would be temporarily safe. From a distance, she saw rows of prefabricated houses of unknown material, with many people in protective suits going in and out. She saw the word backup on those prefabricated houses and, slightly surprised, chose to back them up. Backup successful. Backed up corrosion-resistant protective suit 1. Required survival points, 1. Corrosion-resistant protective suit. Has excellent corrosion resistance. Backup successful. Backed up corrosion-resistant prefabricated house 1. Required survival points, 1. Corrosion-resistant prefabricated house. A simple house resistant to mold corrosion. Lin Xia blinked. She didn't expect such good things, but she didn't dare to openly exchange them. That prefabricated house was quite large, even if she didn't know how many rooms it was divided into inside. Seeing the guards at the entrance frequently looking at her, and as dusk approached, she retreated into the mountains. Looking back at the crowd, her heart remained uneasy. Was her greatest difficulty just escaping from H City? Probably not. After she escaped, the launch of the thermobaric bomb must have made people aware of the outside situation. At that time, it would have been unnecessary to seal off H City again. Now everything was looking up, but she still had a sense of crisis that made her decide to stay away from the crowd. As night gradually fell, many of the newly arrived people, including Brother Li and his group, retreated to even more distant places. Lin Xia didn't look any further and walked into the distance. There were too many people here, and Lin Xia didn't want to be too conspicuous. She found a thick tree, exchanged for a grappling hook and climbed up. She sprayed disinfectant, changed clothes. Her face was sore from being constricted, so she wiped it with a wet wipe, ate a few rice balls, and drank some water. She looked at her survival points. 1544. After thinking for a moment, she exchanged for a special mask. As soon as she put on the mask, she instantly felt the air become fresh. It was also very light and comfortable, just a bit expensive. But given that she wasn't sure if the negative status effects on her body could be eliminated, it was better to be careful. Chapter 14. With this special mask, Lin Xia temporarily didn't worry about her physical condition and looked at her attributes. Mental power, 16. Physique, 40. Strength 3. Speed, 20. Survival points, 1244. Her physique and speed were currently sufficient, and her mental power ability was her reliance for future missions, so she had to master and improve it as quickly as possible. She exchanged for 4 attribute card. Spirit 1 plus 3 points, to train her mental power first. She didn't know what other wonderful uses mental power had, but training it to be as easy to use as her own arm would definitely allow her to quickly master new uses once they were developed later. Her current perception range was already 5 meters, which greatly increased her sense of security. She only stopped when her head started to hurt. After using the last attribute card, she went to sleep. Woken by the sound of a helicopter, Lin Xia looked at the helicopter in the sky with some surprise. This helicopter was spraying medicine in the sky. Everyone was woken up and looked at the helicopter spraying medicine back and forth, feeling excited. Backup successful. Backed up modified helicopter 1. Survival points needed, 1. It was the 6th day, with 5 more days to go. Lin Xia felt a bit dazed. Only 5 days had passed. It truly felt like years. She only hoped that nothing life-threatening would happen next. A group of people arrived at the outer perimeter. Lin Xia carried her backpack in front of her, moving within 5 meters of the crowd. Unfortunately, she didn't back up any items this time. As soon as she reached the outer perimeter, Lin Xia heard chaotic screams again. Before she could react, she heard exclamations, and the crowd quieted down. She ran closer and saw everyone looking at the person in the middle. There was a puddle of black ash next to him. Suddenly, the crowd exploded. That was an ability just now. Oh my god, that was really an ability. How do you have an ability? Is that fire an ability? Lin Xia saw clearly that the person was initially bewildered, then filled with ecstatic joy. Soon, people from the safe zone came to take him in. He entered with his family, his face full of joy. As he passed Lin Xia, she swept her mental power over him, finding no backups. He also had family, so this was likely an NPC. Seeing that the people from the safe zone were not surprised, it seemed they had known about this for a long time. She once again questioned the reality of this world. System, is this a real world? Please explore on your own. At the entrance of the safe zone, many people were curiously watching and asking about abilities. As more people gathered, someone from inside came out to explain the situation. It turned out that as early as the day of the mutation, some people in the military had developed abilities, but the proportion was extremely small. So far, only 9 people had appeared, 3 of whom had fire ability. The fire from fire ability could kill mold, but their current level was too low. If large mold monster appeared, they would be powerless. Therefore, they wanted to recruit ability users, especially fire, water, and wood ability users, hoping everyone could overcome the difficulties together. They promised to treat ability users and their families well. After hearing their announcement, Lin Xia, who was already on the edge, prepared to leave. A person behind her suddenly stood up, face to face with Lin Xia. Seeing the mold fur on that person about to pounce on her, she directly sent a fireball flying from her hand. This was just the beginning. Terrified screams continued to erupt from the crowd. At this moment, many mold monsters suddenly stood up among the people. Because there were too many people, they could bite people at will, and their bodies quickly swelled up. The crowd surged towards the safe zone, and many people hid behind Lin Xia. She looked at the flow of people, her expression changed, and she quickly ran towards the safe zone. Because she was fast, those people didn't react before she ran in. Upon reaching the city wall at the entrance, Lin Xia looked at these dozen or so mold monster, and suddenly realized that the appearance of ability users here indicated that mold was corrosive to the human body. With the emergence of abilities, there must also be failures mold monster. She didn't hesitate. Her mental power surged, and flames burst out, quickly eliminating the mold monster nearby. By the time the living people had all run away, the mold monster rushed towards the safe zone. Mold rain began to fall again from the sky, sprinkling down. Now that she had a mask, she wasn't afraid of mold corroding her respiratory tract, and she became a bit bolder. In the safe zone behind her, 3 people in protective suits ran out. Seeing Lin Xiao's flames, they were all astonished and then quickly shot out fireballs themselves. The helicopter also flew up directly and began to spray inhibitors. Lin Xiao originally didn't want to stand out too much, but unfortunately, the fireballs of these 3 people were really too small. They were fine for dealing with newly formed mold monster, but for these enlarged mold monster, they were somewhat ineffective. Because of her fire element card, her mental power could control the amount of fire ability. A fire dragon flew out, eliminating the last and largest mold monster. Before the people behind her could get close, she jumped off the city wall and quickly left the safe zone. Thanks to her improved physique, she wasn't injured. She was afraid of being studied like a guinea pig if she entered the safe zone. Although she sympathized with them, studying her was useless. She didn't have fire ability, and her ability wasn't caused by mold. If they asked her how to upgrade, it would be a blind guess. Her personal ability was limited, and she might not be able to leave if she entered the safe zone. To be safe, it was better not to make contact. Lin Xia only stopped when she reached a desolate place. She changed her clothes and backpack, and then put on a protective suit. Fortunately, the mask style was common and ordinary, worn under a hat, covering her entire face. Only then did she appear in front of people again. At a glance, everyone kept their distance from each other, except for companions, and even companions didn't stick together anymore. Listening to the safe zone cycle broadcasting a search for her, Lin Xia remained unmoved, resting against a low mountain wall far from the crowd. This world already had ability users and thermobaric bombs, so it could be said that the dawn of defeating mold was already visible. It just depended on who was faster. She was destined to leave eventually, and there was truly nothing she could teach them. She didn't even know how to train her own mental power yet. Exchanging for 5 attribute card. Spirit 1, Lin Xia first used 4, then practiced her mental power. Finally, when her head ached terribly, she used the last one. It was already dark, and today had passed relatively peacefully. Lin Xia looked at her survival points. Survival points, 3644. She didn't plan to use all of this mental power. She wanted to save some to trade for items she hadn't backed up when she returned. That was much better than running around aimlessly like she was now. She exchanged for a new mask and put it on. Mental power, 25. Physique, 40. Strength 3. Speed, 20. She wouldn't practice mental power tonight. She had practiced for too long during the day, and now needed rest. The lights continued to patrol here all night. Lin Xiao's fire element card was used up today, and she exchanged for 2 more. One used 40 energy points, and one was full. Chapter 15. On the 7th day, she gained 5 mental power, and she also eliminated many mutated mold monster at night. She felt that it was quite stable here, and she wanted to survive the last few days here. This was still a safe zone, which also bought some time for the researchers inside. In the early morning of the 8th day, she was woken up by cries and shouts. She initially thought it was mold monster, but when she ran over to look, it turned out to be a robbery. People's food and water had long run out. The safe zone occasionally distributed some food and water, but the quantity was not enough for one person. Because of the safe zone, people were still somewhat restrained, but the scarcity of water was unbearable. Lin Xia did not move. The safe zone had no time to manage these disputes. Only when she saw someone bullying a girl would she throw a small stone to warn them. Her mental power had greatly increased now, so throwing things was always accurate. She decided that if she could get a set of dart-like objects, her combat power would definitely increase greatly. But throughout the night, there was no peace. It was either snatching food or snatching water, and the cries and screams made Lin Xia unable to sleep. Seeing people with guns emerge from the safe zone, she rubbed her forehead, intending to retreat further. It was pitch black, and even Lin Xia needed to be very careful. Although her strength had greatly increased, she did not have any night vision. Suddenly she sniffed, and a smell of blood came, making her frown uncomfortably. It was fresh blood, and there was also a fishy smell of roasted meat. Her heart sank. After thinking for a moment, she followed the smell. She hadn't walked far when she saw a patch of firelight. 2 men were gathered around a person hanging from a tree, gulping down something. Thick red liquid flowed all over their bodies from the corners of their mouths. One man held a stick, and a piece of meat on the stick was roasting over the fire, sizzling with oil. The man's eyes were greedy, and his mouth and body were covered in blood red. Under the firelight, his face was ferocious. Lin Xia couldn't help but retch. The 3 men all looked over, and then their eyes lit up. 3 pairs of lewd and greedy eyes swept over her. She only felt uncomfortable all over, a sticky sensation clinging to her body, making her nauseous. It was only the 8th day, and the evil of human nature never disappointed. Lin Xia took out her Swiss Army knife and quickly slashed across the necks of the 3 men. She took down the person from the tree and removed the dirty cloth strip from their mouth. The person was already dead. The 3 men lay on the ground, making ho-ho-ho sounds in their throats, looking at Lin Xia with resentment. Lin Xia took out a tissue and wiped the knife clean. Looking at their eyes, these eyes were much better than before. They didn't make her feel disgusted. Walking a little further, Lin Xia sat on the artificially carved stone steps, silently looking down the mountain. A sound of talking came from far to near. She frowned. What was going on tonight? Brother, we don't have anything to eat now. Let her take us into the safe zone, okay? But without her, we won't have water to drink. There must be everything in the safe zone. If we only have water and no food, we'll starve to death sooner or later. But if she doesn't agree, or if she goes in and says she won't take us in, then, so let's beg her. She's so soft-hearted. Let's kneel and beg her. Won't that be a bit bad? We're almost starving to death, big brother. Xiaowen has been eating her fingers from hunger. An ability user? Lin Xia was interested, but why was it another water type? She saw the 2 people finish talking, and then there was the sound of trickling water again. Seeing the 2 walk back, she bypassed the place where they had just been and followed them. Firelight quickly appeared before her eyes. 7 or 8 people were gathered around a bonfire. Lin Xiao approached a little, and her mental power swept over them. Backup successful. Backed up. I am a lucky star 1. Requires 100 survival points. I am a lucky star. Possess me and you will possess luck. Duration, 10 minutes. Backup successful. Backed up. Junior Protective Shield 1. Requires 10,000 survival points. Junior Protective Shield. 15M all-round protection for your building, cannot be carried with you. Cannot be moved after setting. Adaptable to building shape. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. These were all good things. She immediately looked at her talent experience. Experience, 43. Only then did she look at the girl. She leaned against a tree, looking thin and small. Her face was turned towards her, dirty, but still visibly very cute. Lin Xia climbed up a nearby tree. Since she had backed up such good things from them, she would look after them. Players with such good luck shouldn't die. On the 9th day, Lin Xia was awakened by an explosion. Looking at the mushroom cloud in the sky, she sighed. There was no warning before the bombing. How many people must have died? These past few days, besides exchanging for masks, she no longer exchanged for attribute cards. This mental power was enough for her to squander. Any more, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control it. The group of people not far away had also woken up. Sure enough, as they said, they were crying and begging the girl. The girl looked very pure and cute, appearing to be just over 20 years old. At this moment, there was shock and anger in her eyes. But her face was bewildered. But I'm afraid of being sliced up by the laboratory. Definitely not. How precious is water now? How could they bear to? That's right, they all said they would treat ability users well. Sister, please look at Zhuangzi, she's only 6 years old. Sister Ji, I'm hungry. The girl looked at the people kneeling on the ground, her eyes calm, but her face was struggling. Everyone is starving. Alright, then I'll take the risk and try. I can't let everyone starve to death, can I? Lin Xia gave her a couple more glances but didn't bother. There were only 2 days left. Even if she went in, they wouldn't kill her in 2 days. On the morning of the 10th day, Lin Xia watched as more and more people gathered. She didn't go to back up anything again, but instead retreated further. It was the last day. and she only hoped to get through it safely. She noticed that many people, like her, had retreated far away. Everyone looked at each other and tacitly said nothing. Lin Xia smiled. The people had arrived. First, she retreated a little, then quickly passed by these people. Backup successful. Backed up disguise card 1. Requires 100 survival points. Disguise card. Can change appearance for 3 hours, 3 uses remaining. Backup successful. Backed up spatial ring 1 cubic meter. Requires 100 survival points. Spatial ring. Can store items 1 cubic meter in size, excluding living creatures. Backup successful. Backed up with ability awakening card 1. Requires 1000 survival points. The final wood ability awakening card made Lin Xia surprised and understanding. She seemed to have guessed correctly. Every ability awakening card required conditions to awaken, and not everyone could awaken. It was just unknown what the awakening conditions were. Listening to the rumbling explosions, even if the disaster ended, this land would be scarred. Lin Xia thought of the ocean survival in her own world inside. In her world, she wondered if the land had been submerged. She looked at the things in her space, wondering if she could take them back. She didn't have much food. Thinking of going back, Lin Xia looked at herself. It wouldn't be peaceful after returning either. She quickly left the area, ran to a distant flat place, and put down an RV. She went in and took a good shower, put on 2 sets of underwear, changed into clean thermal wear, put on 2 sets of outdoor jackets, new socks, new shoes, put on a protective suit, and ate her fill. Chapter 16. Fungal World 14. Chapter 16. Today, people were even more agitated. Many gathered at the entrance of the safe zone to protest, demanding food and water. Whether it was pre-planned or to appease the crowd, it was unclear. Heavily armed soldiers began distributing compressed biscuits and water. The crowd only quieted down after several gunshots. Many more people came out and started clearing out empty spaces, saying they wanted to expand the safe zone to accommodate more people. Before long, a large empty plot of land was cleared. Then a loudspeaker announced, "Good news, everyone. Our researchers have successfully formulated a disinfectant that kills mold." Joy erupted in people's eyes. Their overall spirit swept away the despondency, and they all became invigorated. However, we lack materials, and only 3 helicopters have been modified. We are now recruiting people to manually spray the disinfectant. The voice paused, then continued, "This disinfectant is somewhat harmful to the human body, but anyone who signs up will be provided with 2 meals daily. Rest assured, we will also improve the disinfectant as quickly as possible. But eliminating mold is urgent right now. We hope everyone will sign up enthusiastically, so we can defeat these molds early and restore our beautiful homes." People discussed animatedly. Seeing that the apocalypse was about to end, some were unwilling to risk their lives again, but the temptation of food made them waver. Looking at their hopeful faces, Lin Xia also smiled. That's good. If the apocalypse could end, she hoped the apocalypse in her world could also end. Additionally, to the fire ability user, if you can hear this broadcast, please come forward. We only wish to know how to upgrade abilities. Mutated hyphae monsters cannot be directly eliminated by disinfectant. Only fire ability users can completely destroy them. Whatever demands you have, just state them. Whatever you want in exchange, just say it. We guarantee to fulfill it. Yes, why hide it at a time like this? Everyone is barely surviving. What good does it do you if we all die? Don't say that. That's their secret. Whether they want to tell or not is their business. Stop the moral blackmail. But at a time like this, shouldn't we overcome the difficulties together? It's a difficulty for you, but not necessarily for them. Alright everyone, stop talking. If you heard moral blackmail, would you still be willing to help others? Wouldn't you feel resentful? Everyone fell silent, then began to plead softly. Lin Xia felt helpless. She didn't know either. She was playing a game, but they weren't. How to upgrade could only be explored by oneself. Recalling what she heard on the way, that the natives could not use game items, she looked at the fire element card in her space, then at the remaining 2-minute countdown, and then at her 14,444 survival points. With a few flashes, She arrived in front of the person who was speaking. She handed him the card. Can you use it? The man was first stunned, then took the card, looking at her blankly. Lin Xia retrieved the card, sighing inwardly but also inexplicably relieved. She looked at the surrounding empty space, ignoring the voices of those people. With a gesture, modified helicopters appeared out of thin air on the empty ground. The scene was silent. With a flash, Lin Xia was back in that white space. Where is she? She's gone. I saw her disappear. I counted, there are 50 of them. Are these helicopters real? Am I seeing things? They're real. Then do we not need people to spray the medicine anymore? Are you stupid? If we don't spray the medicine, where will our food come from? You're all stupid. The medicine is sprayed into the air, and we'll definitely inhale it into our lungs. Since it's harmful anyway, it's better to spray it in exchange for food. You guys are really enough. With more helicopters, we can quickly eliminate mold. This is a good thing. Yes, and it can buy us some time, allowing our ability users more time to grow. Then that's a loss. If the area were larger, maybe we'd have even more helicopters. Be content. Hey, don't you want to know who she really is? Clear negative effects. Lin Xia immediately felt comfortable in her chest, and her whole body had a clear sensation. Real name, Lin Xia Invisible. Name Sanchi. Spirit 30. Physique, 40. Strength 3. Speed, 20. Possess talent. SS grade. What you see is what you get. Talent. What you see is what you get. Level 2. Any item seen can be replicated. Cannot replicate living organisms. To retrieve a replica, survival points are required. How to obtain survival points. Survive 1 minute in game 2 points, 30 minutes in reality 1 point. Possessed ability, mental ability, personal space, 3 cubic meters. Survival points, 14394. Experience, 43. Congratulations on successfully clearing this game. Survivors, 328. Clearance rating, 8. Points obtained, 100. Non-game items cannot be taken out, and have been automatically cleared. Cleared game, have 3 lottery chances. Use now. Yes. No. Lin Xia chose yes. Congratulations, you have obtained a shrinking camera. Can proportionally shrink items. Cannot shrink living organisms, without affecting their performance. Uses, 100. Congratulations, you have obtained a diesel card 1 ton. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill card. Weather prediction 1 time day. Backup successful. Backup shrinking camera, requires survival points, 500. Backup successful. Backup diesel card, requires survival points, 10. Backup successful. Backup skill card. Weather prediction, requires survival points, 100. She immediately chose to use the skill card. System indefinitely free of those molds, right? Yes. They won't be brought back to our world, right? Yes. Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to bring mold back to Blue Star. That would be a disaster. When is the next game? 7 days later. Looking at her clothes, they were the same ones she wore before leaving, along with her backpack and raincoat. Lin Xia pouted, truly not giving any loopholes to exploit. The mask on her face was still there. This was an item she had exchanged for herself. After thinking about it, she didn't take it off. She didn't know the situation outside, but thinking that wearing a raincoat might not be good for swimming, she took off the raincoat and put it into her space, and also threw in her backpack, to prevent the clothes inside from getting wet. Leave. With a flash splash, Lin Xia fell into the water, getting drenched from head to face. When she stood firm, she found the water reached her waist. Her neighbors were still on the surrounding rafts. Seeing her appear at this moment, they all looked at her. Did you enter that survival game? What's the situation inside? So many people died. How did they die? Are those people really dead? Lin Xia ignored them. It seemed not much time had passed. She looked around, swam to the only small house on the rooftop, and with a push of her feet, climbed onto the roof. At this moment, there were many rafts outside, just of different specifications, but all were rafts. She didn't hesitate and directly released the yacht. What is that? Why does she have a yacht? This is too unfair. Sister, let us get on to avoid the rain. Lin Xia boarded the yacht and directly declined all visitors. At this moment, the yacht appeared as a virtual model block in her eyes. Except for the engine at the stern of the cabin, which was a fixed position, she could adjust and choose everything else. Please select the functional area module. To be honest, she was not familiar with yachts. Besides riding them on trips to the beach, she had only been on such small yachts to look at them. But this was a place where she might have to live for a long time in the future, so she needed to plan it well. Chapter 17 Real World 1. Chapter 17. She first opened the game panel and saw a large blue screen appear before her. With Mold World Survival Record 328 10,000 written at the very top. Seeing this, Lin Xia suddenly realized that not everyone had gone to the survival game. Then a small line of text below read: people under 16 or over 58 years old will not be selected for the game. Her mother was exactly 59 years old this year, and her father was 60. System: will people of these ages not be selected for either game? Yes. Then where are they? Asleep in the time stasis zone. Where is the time stasis zone? Please explore on your own. How long will they be asleep, and are they in danger? There is no danger. For other information, please explore as a player. Lin Xia saw that she couldn't get any more information and stopped asking. She was relieved that her parents wouldn't be in the dangerous game, but she would definitely find out where this time stasis zone was. After a moment, she looked down. Below was the chat channel, divided into World Channel, National Channel, and Regional Channel. Next to it was a prompt. Speaking in the World Channel requires a speaker, which can be obtained with survival points, 5 survival points per speaker. The National Channel has a limit of 3 messages per day. Further messages require a speaker, 3 survival points per speaker. The Regional Channel has no restrictions. Survival points? When she came out of the mold world, she did get 100 survival points. She tried it, and indeed she could redeem them, but she didn't know how to get survival points in the real world. The World Channel was empty, but the National Channel was constantly scrolling, as was the Regional Channel. She didn't look closely but looked further down. Below was the trading area. The trading area allows opening a shop. But opening a shop requires 80 survival points. She had just seen many people in the chat channel asking for food or shelter from the rain. She clicked on someone's avatar and found that individuals could also trade with each other. There was nothing else. She looked at the chat channel. At this moment, the chat channel was full of discussions about those who had just been selected for the survival game. Are those people really dead? I don't know if they're dead. 2 people from our community left just now, and only one came back, the other didn't. They must be dead. Did we only go in for 5 minutes? Yes, within 5 minutes, we watched the number of people drop rapidly. What did you all experience? Was it fun inside? Ha ha ha, I awakened Earth ability. Ima superhero. What? Abilities? Which bastard stole my raft? Give it back to me. What? Isn't it true that only the owner can allow someone onto the raft? I drew a fire ability awakening card. But why does it say I can't awaken because the conditions are insufficient? It's really an ability. Give it to me, I'll try. The chat channel exploded, with everyone asking about abilities. Lin Xia scrolled through and sent a private message to the person whose raft was stolen. What's the situation with your raft? What happens if you don't have a raft? Only then did she realize that the text wasn't typed but controlled by thought, which was very convenient. After waiting a long time with no reply, Lin Xia scrolled through her backup area, found a photo of an inflatable boat, and sent it to him. Answer the question, and this is yours. Wan Jianqi Fa, sister, you're my real sister. According to my neighbor, when I entered the dungeon, a girl from the building did something, and my raft disappeared, her raft upgraded, and then she ran off. I guess she might have obtained some kind of skill or talent. Wan Jianqi Fa, without the raft issued by the system. If you find any boat within 5 minutes, you can replace it with your own boat. If you can't find one, you'll be erased. Sister, quickly give it to me, time is running out. Lin Xia read it without hesitation and immediately redeemed an inflatable boat and traded it to him. Wan Jianqi Fa wants to add you as a friend. Wanjianqifa. Dear sister, add me, I will definitely repay you. Lin Xia clicked agree. Wanjianqifa. Sister, I awakened wood ability. How about I tell you about what happened in the dungeon? Listening to his account, Lin Xia wondered if they went to the same dungeon. If so, why were all the people who joined the WeChat group on Weibo from H City? B City was considered good. L City, where Wan Jianqifa was located, was in chaos. He survived by himself, using his ability to hide in the deep mountains, and almost died of illness after drinking dirty water. Are there any items? We can exchange. Oh sister, you also entered the game? Yes, I'm in H City. Near the safe zone in B City. Lin Xia asked her question. Sister, I know about this. Players from each city can only search for information about players in their own city. I only found this out after leaving L City and meeting other players, but by then the internet was gone. You remember the cities that were bombed first, right? Most of us players are scattered in those cities where the mutations first occurred. Of course, some are lucky and might be in relatively safe places. So that's how it is, but not allowing contact. What's the meaning of that? Purely to increase difficulty? Sister, have you awakened an ability? I have a space ability awakening card. It belonged to someone who teamed up with me at the beginning. He was quite unlucky. He got injured by someone as soon as he got there, and when the mold came, he died within 2 days. I found this card on him, but unfortunately my conditions are insufficient, so I can't use it. Sister, do you want to try it? Lin Xia was surprised. It was a good item. She looked through her own things and sent him a spatial ring. She wondered if it was too little. After all, this was only a 1 cubitor space. Unexpectedly, Wan Jianqifa immediately sent a trade request. This time it was a mutual trade. She looked at it, put the redeemed ring into the trade area, clicked confirm, and only after seeing the other party's trade area locked, did she click trade. Upon receiving the space ability awakening card, she tried it, but she couldn't use it either. There was too little information now. She didn't know what the conditions were. She backed it up first. Backup successful. Backup space ability awakening card. Requires survival points, 1000. She put the card into a corner of her space. Thank you, dear sister. With space, it will be so much more convenient when entering dungeons in the future. Wan Jianqifa was extremely excited, putting the ring on his hand and admiring it. Lin Xia, who had initially thought the items might not be of equal value, then remembered that there were too few items at this time. Compared to an ability card that couldn't be awakened, the ring was naturally more useful, but she didn't lose out. After watching the chat area for a while, she originally wanted to look for information about living on a boat in the future, but clearly, no one knew, and the game didn't seem to have started yet. Looking at the speed of the rising water, Lin Xia guessed that this sea survival game wouldn't start until everything was submerged, would it? Many people online were guessing the same thing. They would know by waiting and seeing. Not seeing any other useful information, Lin Xia looked at the yacht in front of her. Chapter 18 Real World 2. Chapter 18. Since no one knows what the future holds, it's better to build quickly. The layout can probably be changed later, but the water level is still rising. And who knows what might happen soon. She touched the teak floor under her feet. It was truly comfortable. At the stern of the boat, she chose a white leather sofa and a long teak table. If there were fish in the sea, she could fish here, with overhead cover from the sun and rain. Opening the hatch on the floor, she saw 2 engines below, a small, advanced-looking seawater treatment system. One ran on diesel, the other on electricity. She had a diesel card but no electricity yet. In the indoor area, she chose a water purification and heating zone in the left corner, next to which she selected a long white sofa and a small teak tea table. On the right she chose a kitchen. Further forward on the left, she picked a small teak dining table. And after some thought, she decided on an indoor helm on the right. Although this yacht was bound to her, and she only needed to steer with her consciousness, what if there was an unexpected situation? Going down into the cabin. She chose a large bedroom with a bathroom and a walk-in closet, and a smaller storage room. She looked around the bedroom. Everything was complete. A 1.8-meter bed, 2 small nightstands, 2 storage cabinets against the wall, and a white leather chaise lounge by the window. There were no bed linens, but the bedside lamp could light up. In the bathroom, she saw a dry and wet separation, a mirror, a wash basin, a washing machine, a toilet, a shower head, and surprisingly water. She just didn't know how long it would last. There was also a hairdryer on the wall. She went up to the kitchen and took a look. There was a range hood, an induction cooker, a microwave, and a refrigerator. She tried them, and they all had power. The cabinets below could hold a lot of things, and there was also a hidden trash can inside. When she saw it, the trash can displayed a label, Universal Waste Processor, capable of processing any trash. By the door, above the sofa, there were 2 card slots. One for electricity and one for diesel. She took out the diesel card and inserted it. The card slot wall lit up, displaying fuel volume, 1 ton 10 kilograms. She then touched the adjacent card slot for the power card. It lit up, displaying power, 30 degrees. Standing at the entrance and looking in, the overall scheme was white, teak, and some black, very refreshing. From the outside, she went up the stairs leading to the interior, where there was another flybridge area. For the latter half, Lin Xia chose a white outdoor barbecue grill, and a circular dining area with a teak table and light gray leather sofas. In the front half on the left, there was an outdoor water purification station, and on the right she chose a planting trough. The fact that she could plant things suggested that perhaps she could also fish for seeds. If that were true, planting some vegetables on the boat would be a good option. For the bow area, she chose leather cushions. Is the selection complete? If you wish to change it later, you will need to find items to replace it yourself. Yes. Yacht generated. Lin Xia looked at the items in the backup area with delight. Everything she saw could be backed up. These items would definitely be needed when other boats were upgraded, but this yacht could not be backed up. She planned that later, once she entered the game, if she had time, she would definitely back up more boats and daily necessities. No, it should be everything she saw. Ignoring the rafts surrounding her, Lin Xia had to be ruthless. It's easy to invite a god, but hard to send him away. Entering the interior, Lin Xia closed the door, drew the curtains, and put it out of sight. She looked at the primary protective shield, feeling conflicted. System, can this shield be used on the boat? Please explore on your own, player. Lin Xia. This was 10,000 survival points. If it couldn't be used after being exchanged, it would be a huge loss. She then looked at the panel again. 80 points allowed her to open a store. She had many items, and trading them one by one would be troublesome. Clicking Open Store, 80 points were deducted, and an interface appeared. She could list items, and there was also a small chat area. She looked at her items: revolver, bullets 3, handgun 1, bullets 97, primary protective shield card, fire element card, water element card, shrinking camera, special mask, space ability awakening card. She needed all these items herself, and some definitely couldn't be traded, especially the shrinking camera. Most people in the chat area were looking for food, water, clothes, and rain gear. Many were also buying ability cards, even exchanging food for ability cards. Lin Xia shook her head. No one would exchange them. The ocean survival game hadn't even started. And no one knew if there would be food and water later. People with ability cards would definitely exchange them with each other to maximize their benefits, trying to see which one they could use. Exchanging one card a few times might help them find one they could use. She immediately listed: Attribute card, Spirit 1 Attribute card, Physique 1 Attribute card, Speed 1 Handgun 1 Bullets 100 Storage ring. All were priced for game item exchange. Acquiring all kinds of game items, also open for exchange. Everyone come and take a look, Sanchi's shop opens today. Lin Xia bought a world loudspeaker, and shouted on the world channel. The regional chat area instantly exploded. Who is this Sanchi? She has so many items. Have you seen her small store? So many items. And so many points too, able to open a store and even buy a loudspeaker. Begging to cling to her leg. How did you get so many items? You didn't kill people to get them, did you? She's even exchanging a storage ring. When prosperous, benefit the world. You this person. Lin Xia glanced at it and ignored it, but her private messages instantly exploded. The number of people adding her as a friend kept rising. Lin Xia felt a headache. After looking for a long time, she found the filtering function and filtered out all messages unrelated to items, leaving only 34 messages. She turned off friend requests and rejected all pending applications. Opening the messages, most were still asking about ability awakening card exchanges, and also attribute cards. Lazy Cat. Water ability awakening card, for your storage ring. Sanchi. Did you see clearly? It's only 1 cubic meter. Lazy Cat. Saw it clearly. Deal. Sanchi deal. Backup successful. Backed up water ability awakening card 1. Survival points required. 1000. Use. Not met, cannot use. Lin Xia wasn't surprised. She put it in her space with the space ability awakening card. Candy Lover. Passive skill card anti-theft card. I want to exchange it for your physique attribute card. Deal. Passive skill card anti-theft card. After use, all items on your person and in your space are locked and cannot be stolen. Lin Xia felt this was also very useful, especially for a big item card owner like her. Exchange. Backup successful. Backed up passive skill card anti-theft 1. Survival points required. 500. It actually required 500 survival points. Use directly. Wavy Bone. Attribute card. Strength 1 for your 100 bullet handgun. Oh, and are you sure it's an item that can be carried into the next game? Sanchi confirmed. Deal. Backup successful. Backed up attribute card. Strength 1. Survival points required. 100. Lin Xia used it directly. She looked at her attributes. Exchange for 6 attribute card. Strength 1. And after using them, she looked at the strength attribute panel which had become 10, finally looking much more pleasing. Spirit, 30. Physique, 40. Strength 10. Speed, 20. Possessed talent. SS grade. What you see is what you get. Possessed ability, mental ability. Skill. Weather prediction 1-time day. Passive skill. Anti-theft locks all items on your person and in your space, cannot be stolen. Personal space. 3 cubic meters. Just as she was about to look at the next trade, she heard a voice. Scene setup complete. The ocean survival game now begins. Chapter 19. Real World 3. Chapter 19. Lin Xia was startled and quickly went to the deck. Looking at the water level outside, it had already submerged all the buildings. As far as the eye could see, there was water everywhere. This made Lin Xia, who grew up in the north, feel a wave of panic. The sea was covered with wooden rafts. The waves were not very big, but most of the people in this city only went to the seaside occasionally for vacations. At this moment, they were all clutching their rafts tightly, or simply lying flat on them, drifting with the waves. At this moment, a fishing rod suddenly appeared in her palm. She reflexively gripped it, then scanned her surroundings. Almost everyone had one in their hands. Backup successful. Backup fishing rod 1, requires survival points. 1. Survival game rule 1. There are many treasure chests in the ocean, and the fishing rod is the only way to obtain supplies. Please keep it safe. Survival game rule 2. If the boat is destroyed, you die. If you find a complete boat within 5 minutes, you can avoid death. Survival game rule 3. There are 2 directions for boat upgrades. 1 life type. 2 combat type. Please choose carefully. After choosing, the treasure chest supplies you fish up will be more aligned with your choice. 1. Life type boat. Can carry many people and form a human gathering place. 2. Combat type boat. Can carry many weapons and form a sea fortress. Note 1. If you choose the life type boat, you can upgrade your boat by 1 level for free now to save more humans. Note 2. If your initial boat is not a wooden raft, it is more suitable for a Type 1 upgrade. If you choose Type 2, the supplies you fish up will be halved, and your name will be marked in red. Please consider this carefully. Please explore other rules on your own. Everything is for survival. Please try hard to stay alive. Lin Xia looked at the rules appearing on the panel in front of her, and was so angry she laughed. At this moment, someone spoke on the national channel. Hello everyone, I am Tan Mingquan. I had the fortune of participating in the survival game, and obtained the fire ability. On behalf of humanity, I earnestly request players who possess non-raft boats to choose Type 1 the life type upgrade. I promise here that if I encounter a human gathering place, I will provide escort and protection for it. Everything is for our survival. Boycott red names. If I see a red-named boat, I promise I will fire at you. After glancing at it, Lin Xia looked away. Little sister, let me on your boat. I also promise to upgrade weapons in the future and protect our gathering place. Yeah, I promise to. If you choose one, you can upgrade for free, and it will definitely be able to house all of us. That's right, in the future your boat will be our gathering place. We will all choose Type 2 to protect your boat. Isn't that a win-win situation? Hurry up. If you don't choose, your future supplies will all be halved. You better think it through. That's right, if you don't choose one, you will be a red name. Believe it or not, no one will pay attention to your trades in the future. Damn it, hurry up. I'm freezing to death. Big sister, please, I'm so cold too. I will protect you in the future. The little girl on the second floor was also begging nearby. Lin Xia gritted her teeth. Her chest was churning with anger. Asking her to hand over her fate to others? That was a pipe dream. If it weren't for the survival game allowing her to enter and obtain these items, she certainly wouldn't have had the courage to choose Type 2. But now she had the confidence. Red name? I'm afraid you all will be begging me to trade. For a moment, this thought filled her with a sense of heroism, but also left her with mixed feelings. The game that had caused them to be displaced had now become her lifeline. And human nature, it really never disappoints. She decisively chose the Type 2 combat type boat. Non-raft boat, please choose carefully. Select combat type. Cannot be changed after selection. Please be cautious. Select combat type. Selection confirmed. Ding. Player Sanchi, the first non-raft player to choose Type 2 upgrade, is now a red name. A world announcement exploded in everyone's ears. Lin Xia felt her entire boat flash with a red light. F your mother. You be watch me kill you. Lin Xia looked at the person spouting foul language, pulled out her gun bang. A direct hit to the center of the forehead. Brain matter splattered. After the screams that rose one after another, everyone fell silent. They looked at Lin Xia in terror, and paddled hard to get away from her boat. Seeing so many people in the national and regional channels boycotting and cursing her, Lin Xia directly redeemed a loudspeaker and broadcast it on the world channel. Sanchi's shop welcomes everyone to visit. A tribute card. Spirit 1. A tribute card. Constitution 1. A tribute card. Strength 1. A tribute card. Speed 1. Primary protective shield. Mental power ability awakening card. Space ability awakening card. Water ability awakening card. Wood ability awakening card. Space ring. Fire element card. Water element card. Pistol 1 bullets 100. Special mask. Diesel card. Daily supplies. Bottled water, box water, portable stove, portable gas canisters, flour, rice, small bread, instant noodles, ham, luncheon meat, beef. Wilderness survival supplies. From now on, anyone who curses me will be blocked and refuse trade. And that Tan Mingquan, congratulations, you are the first person on my blacklist. You are welcome to come and fire at me. P.S. All red names will have priority for trading. Once Lin Xia's broadcast went out, the entire regional channel went quiet. This was followed by various voices of doubt, but no one dared to curse wildly anymore. Wan Jianqi Fa sister. Look at me, I support you. Everyone, stop the moral kidnapping. Choosing what to do is someone else's right. If you want to, you can all choose Type 1 and upgrade a level immediately too. Lazy cat. Well said. I also support 7th sister. Everyone, don't forget, this system is not a good thing. Why should we listen to what it says? Wei. That's right, everyone shouldn't always try to make others sacrifice. I support the red-named players. Yuan Fu. I also support it. Everyone has the right to choose. This is a survival game. And you can only rely on yourself. Lin Xia watched for a while, then stopped paying attention. Seeing the rapidly increasing private messages, she ignored them as well. Lin Xia put the fishing rod into her space and sat on the sofa, pondering. Why was this system targeting non-raft players? What was the distribution of boats based on? Her uniqueness stemmed from her mental power, just like her dreams. So, could she speculate that the size and type of the boat were related to mental power? But she had no evidence. Looking at the primary protective shield again, Lin Xia hesitated no longer and directly redeemed it. The chat channel seemed harmonious now, but that didn't mean no one wanted to kill her. She had displayed sufficient supplies, and well, that gave them another reason to kill her. Use it. Use. Detected that the player is on a yacht. Apply to the yacht? Yes. Size suitable, shape adjusted. Applied. The small bubble glowing faintly in her hand suddenly expanded. With a flash of white light, it covered the entire yacht. After using it, Lin Xia found that the rain could no longer fall in. She could still feel the wind, but it was much steadier. Another entry appeared on her panel. Boat owned, yacht. Level 3. Protection, primary protective shield, remaining energy, 10,000. When she looked at the protective shield, information popped up on it. Enable anti-peeping mode. Lin Xia chose yes. Her vision didn't change at all, and she didn't know what it looked like from the outside. Chapter 20 Real World 4. Chapter 20. Having been soaking in the seawater, she felt very uncomfortable, so she returned to the bathroom, quickly took a shower, and dried her hair. She took her backpack out of her spatial storage, hung the clothes inside in the cloakroom, and changed into a tracksuit. From the backup area, she selected a pillow, a blanket, and a set of orange bedding. Then made the bed. She now had a strong preference for such bright colors. Lying on the bed, Lin Xia sighed comfortably. This mattress was truly comfortable. After sleeping on a big tree for several days, she really didn't want to get up once she was on a bed. She simply lay there and opened her panel to look at it. After filtering out messages that only had text and no trade items, over 1,000 messages remained. Lin Xia first picked out a red-named player. Blank, boss, take a look at this weapon card, Flying Daggers 9. I want to trade it for a bladed weapon or a pistol. I know this isn't enough, but I promise that as long as I survive the next game, I will definitely pay additional compensation. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. This item was useless to others but perfect for her, and since this person was red-named, she immediately sent a message. Fire element card or pistol 1, bullets 100, you choose one. Blank. Thank you, boss. I choose fire element card. Don't worry, boss. As long as I live, I will definitely repay you. Lin Xia traded with him, not caring about the repayment he mentioned. The value of an item depended entirely on who possessed it. Moreover, he had the courage to be red-named, so she was willing to support him. Backup successful. Backed up weapon card Flying Daggers 9. Survival points needed 10. After use, 9 flying daggers appeared before Lin Xia. She put away 8 and used her mental power to control the remaining 1. The flying dagger moved smoothly through the room without any sluggishness. As expected of a system-produced item, this thing should be controlled by mental power, and was very compatible with it. Lin Xia gradually increased the number, and finally found that her mental power could only control a maximum of 3 flying daggers, allowing her to command them as if they were her own limbs. Anymore. And both control and accuracy would decrease. She put them directly into her spatial storage and continued to check her private messages, finding that many people were trying to exchange newly fished planks, nails, ropes, etc. for food. At this point, the exchanged materials were all basic ones. They were really useless to her. Besides, with the water level rising, most people had packed food and water when they fled. Not even a day had passed. How hungry could they be? Moreover, looking at the chat area, many people had shown off the food and other things they had fished. Those who offered just a plank for food were all trying to take advantage. She filtered them all out. Things should improve in a couple of days. Most of the remaining messages were requests for ability awakening cards, but Lin Xia didn't have many survival points left, so she definitely couldn't trade for them today. Too many people were asking. And many even started trading in the comments section below the small shop. Lin Xia didn't bother. She really didn't feel like moving. After struggling for a long time, she still gave up on fishing for treasure chests and continued to look at the trading area. Wei Yi. Electric card remaining power, 50 units. Do you need it? I want to trade for a pistol. Lin Xia traded directly. Backup successful. Backed up electric card 1. Survival points needed, 10. Wei, thank you. Look at this, I am a lucky star. Possess me and you possess luck. Duration, 10 minutes uses 10. Do you need it? I want to trade for a spatial ring or a primary protective shield. Lin Xia had backed this up before. This person was very likely that girl, though there was also the possibility of overlapping items. Lin Xia. Either is fine, whichever you want. These 3 were of equal value to her, all worth 100 survival points. Wei Yi, who was Ji Wei, hadn't expected this outcome. She looked at the housekeeping robot. A common housekeeping robot that can help you with all household chores, but cannot be used for combat. She had just fished. She was a bit reluctant, but then she looked at the small wooden house behind her, and the pile of food on the ground, pouting. This robot might not be useful for anything other than helping her fish, and she had nothing at all. But if she could get both of those items, then her next game would be stable. At least her survivability would greatly increase. And she wouldn't be like in the first game, where her life was controlled by others, and she had to rely on the safe zone not killing her within 2 days. A boss is different. A boss with such a big ship would surely need a robot to serve them, right? Thinking this, Ji Wei sent the robot's information and waited anxiously. When Lin Xia received this robot, she was overjoyed. This was like a pillow appearing when she was sleepy. She exchanged for the storage ring and the primary protective shield, completing the trade. Backup successful. Backed up housekeeping robot 1. Survival points needed, 100. Click activate. A robot, entirely silver white with a metallic texture, appeared by the bed. Hello, Master. Robot 01 will serve you. Please name me. Just call him Lin Yi. Yes, Master. Please set Lin Yi's appearance male-female. Can be handsome, enchanting, charming, sexy, cute, devilish, dissolute. Stop. Just like this for now. Lin Xia shivered. Yes, Master. Please set Lin Yi's voice, male-female. For example, deep, sweet, sexy, magnetic, cold. This mechanical voice is fine. Yes, Master. Please set Lin Yi's address for you. Just Master is fine. Okay, Master. Settings complete. What are your orders, Master? Just keep the ship clean. Don't enter the bedroom without my permission. Also, fish for treasure chests every day. Here is this fishing rod for you. Go fish for treasure chests now. Okay, Master. Wait, what do you run on? Electricity, Master. Got it. You can go now. Electricity is good, she had plenty. This way he has very good luck. Lin Xia felt she needed such a good friend tool person. No. It's a learning experience. She sent her a friend request. Ji Wei, who had received the items on the other side, was even happier. She put the ring on her finger, and it automatically adjusted its size. She joyfully put the pistol and all the food piled on the raft into the ring, going back and forth several times. When she saw the boss friend request, she immediately accepted it. Now trading wouldn't take so long. Happy, Ji Wei cast her fishing rod, trying to fish for treasure chests and exchange for more attribute cards with the boss before entering the game. Still too few people had entered the game. Most people's game items were used within the game, and only a few could be brought out for trade. Lin Xia looked at the conditions for upgrading the yacht to level 4. Steel, 1000 wood, 900 plastic, 800 rubber, 200. With the robot fishing for treasure chests, Lin Xia relaxed and fell asleep shortly after. Chapter 21 Real World 5. Chapter 21. When she woke up, she checked the time and found she had slept for 4 hours. It was 8 p.m., and it was already dark. If not for her hunger, she could have continued sleeping. From around 10 a.m. when the rain started, until all the tall buildings were submerged. And now that she had woken up, a total of 10 hours had passed. In the real world, half an hour only yielded 1 survival point, so this long period only gave her 20 survival points, which was far too little. She got up and washed her face, then took her thermos to get a cup of warm water. Sitting on the sofa, she looked outside and was startled. Upon closer inspection, oh, it was her Lin Yi. She patted her chest. feeling a bit unaccustomed. Her stomach rumbled. Lin Xia looked at the stove and cabinets, neither of which had a pot. She took out a small loaf of bread and milk from her backpack to tide herself over. Looking at the exploding private messages again, Lin Xia similarly removed those that brought nothing. She looked at the remaining ones. Now 3 basic materials were exchanged for 1 small loaf of bread. What had happened? After watching the regional channel for a while, she realized that the quantity of food being fished out was too small, leading to people not having enough to eat. Food and fresh water had started to rise in price, with some even selling for 5 basic materials. Lin Xia thought for a moment, and decided to put food on the shelves. As she looked through the items in the backup area, she suddenly discovered that a whole box of food only costs 1 survival point. At that time, she had reserved food, and when she found out a bag of instant noodles cost 1 survival point, she thought it was too expensive and stopped paying attention. It seemed to be a change that occurred after her talent upgraded to level 2. A box of instant noodles contained 24 packs, and a box of small loaves of bread contained 35. But clearly, instant noodles were more filling than small loaves of bread, so Lin Xia directly exchanged for 100 boxes of instant noodles. She unpacked all of them, setting the price at 1 pack of instant noodles for 3 wooden boards, 1 steel, 1 plastic, 1 rubber. She clicked to put them all on the shelves, and the roomful of items disappeared from the room. Almost instantly, she heard ding-dong sounds. The regional channel just had someone say, "Sanchi's shop has instant noodles. What the heck? They're gone as soon as I saw them. You guys are too fast. Shop owner, put up more. That's not enough for anyone. Thank you, Big Shot. I can finally eat something hot. Thank you, Big Shot. I haven't eaten anything all day. With so many items. Why don't you sell them cheaper?" Lin Xia looked at her harvest. 5,700 wooden boards, only 162 steel, 190 plastic, and 148 rubber. Seeing the 5,700 wooden boards, Lin Xia had a headache. Detected materials required for yacht upgrade. Store now. Yes, Lin Xia quickly clicked yes. But there were still 4,800 wooden boards left. She checked the current exchange rate, and hastily put them up in the small store. 10 wooden boards for 1 steel, 5 wooden boards for 1 plastic, 8 wooden boards for 1 rubber. She also set it to stop exchanging rubber once 52 rubber units were exchanged. Her household robot, Lin Yi, opened the door and walked in, carrying 2 broken wooden boxes in his hands. "Master, these are the boxes I just fished. The other boxes are in the storage room. I also caught a few fish. Would you like me to grill 2 for you?" Lin Xia's eyes lit up. Good. Looking at the broken wooden box in front of her, Lin Xia extended her mental power. Unable to see what was inside, she reached out and opened 1 wooden box. Wooden board 2, rope 2. She opened another broken wooden box. Wooden board 1, rope 2, steamed bun 1. Lin Xia rolled her eyes. If she had to rely on this to upgrade, she probably wouldn't stand a chance. The joy of opening boxes instantly diminished by more than half. Disassemble wooden box? Disassemble. Wooden board 2. Linny could fish for treasure chests day and night. She had to quickly clear out the storage room. Upon entering the storage room, Lin Xia was speechless. These wooden boxes were even divided into broken wooden treasure chests, ordinary wooden treasure chests, and exquisite wooden treasure chests. There were only 5 treasure chests in the storage room. 1 exquisite, 1 ordinary, and the rest were broken wooden ones. The items opened were wooden board 9, rope 5, a bottle of water, 1 plastic, 1 small loaf of bread. Disassemble boxes. Obtained. Wooden board 5. Advanced wood 2. There was advanced wood 2? Lin Xia picked it up and looked, and indeed the quality was better. She took out all the wooden boards collected by the system and put them up in the small store, adjusting the exchange rate to 10 wooden boards for advanced wood, and stored these 2 pieces of advanced wood. Backup successful. Wooden board 1, survival points needed. 1. Backup successful. Rope 1, survival points needed. 1. Backup successful. Advanced wood 1, survival points needed. 1. Backup successful. Plastic 1, survival points needed. 1. Backup successful. Rubber 1, survival points needed. 1. Backup successful. Steal 1 survival points needed. 1. Seeing that they all cost 1 survival point, Lin Xia stopped paying attention. They were too expensive. Life on the boat was 100 times more comfortable than her previous job. She no longer had to clean, cook, wash dishes, or adhere to fixed work hours. Ever since she exchanged materials with people for seasoning boxes, barbecue seasoning, chili, flour, rice, and cooking oil, Linny had been making grilled fish, stewed fish, fish fillet porridge, boiled fish, spicy fish, alternating with instant noodles every day. Every day she woke up, opened treasure chests, ate, practiced mental power, exercised, and checked the trading area. She no longer paid much attention to the chat area. No matter what insults were hurled, she simply didn't care. If she saw any, she would directly blacklist them. The trades these past few days were all material trades, mostly basic materials. Only Wei Yi exchanged 200 advanced wood for 2 attribute cards, both of which increased physique. Lin Xiao's mental power had also increased to 40, allowing her to control 4 flying knives simultaneously, incredibly smoothly. She spent 100 survival points daily to exchange for instant noodles, which always sold out instantly. She tried to stagger the listing times, but she no longer exchanged for wooden boards. Therefore, on the morning of the 7th day after her return, she had collected all the required advanced wood and other materials. Upgrade vessel. Please select modules freely. Lin Xia eagerly opened the operation panel. She had too many materials and needed to use some up quickly. Her current yacht was 13.5 meters long and 4.4 meters wide. If scaled up proportionally, the primary shield would no longer cover the entire hull. After looking for a long time, she chose to extend the length to match the shield's length 15 meters and then adjusted the width to 7 meters. She didn't know if other yachts could do this, but it was perfectly fine for this yacht, which she controlled with her mental power. A small bedroom was added to the cabin, serving as a place for Lin Yi to rest and charge. Since her treasure chest drop rate was so low, there was no need for Lin Yi to work tirelessly fishing for treasure chests. So Lin Yi now only fished occasionally, primarily focusing on cleaning and cooking. The storage room was enlarged, and Lin Yi used wood to build shelves inside, making it look well organized. The sofa and table at the stern were moved to the bow, making the stern Lin Xia's exercise area, and Lin Yi would fish at the bow. And it was almost time to enter the game again. Lin Xia ate her fill, making sure all items were in her space. With a flash before her eyes, Lin Xia was back in the pure white space. Congratulations on re-entering the survival game. Chapter 22 Zombie World 1. Chapter 22. Real name, Lin Xia Invisible. Name Sanqi. Mental power, 40. Physique, 40. Strength 10. Speed 20. Talent possessed. SS grade. What you see is what you get. Ability possessed. Mental ability. Skill. Weather prediction 1-time day. Passive skill. Anti-theft locks all items on your person and in your space, preventing them from being stolen. Personal space. 3 cubic meters. Survival points. 1522. Experience. 48. Lin Xia looked at the pop-up data, and only then remembered the weather prediction. She had lived too comfortably and reclusively for those 7 days, actually forgetting this skill. After all, with her protective shield, she wasn't afraid of any wind or rain. But this skill still had to be used, if only to benefit the customers who frequented her small shop. Initial supplies. Backpack 1, a set of clothes, ID card 1, mobile phone 1, 2000 universal currency. Mission. Survive for 10 days. Current number of players. 1 million. This game, zombie mutation. This perk. You will not be infected by airborne viruses when you have no wounds. As you are among the first batch of survival game survivors, your physique, strength, and speed attributes each increase by 3. As this is not your first time entering the game, your lottery draw count is 1. Do you wish to draw? Yes, no. Lin Xia chose to draw. Congratulations. You have obtained Skill card fighting skill. No other items may be used except for game props. Frozen. Wishing you a pleasant game. Looking forward to our next meeting. Backup successful. Backup skill card fighting skill requires 500 survival points. Fighting skill. Allows you to instantly master this skill, but how much you master depends on yourself. As soon as she put the card into her space, Lin Xiao's vision flickered. When she could see clearly again, she found herself on the side of the road, in a commercial area. The scale didn't seem like the city center, but there were many people here, which made her whole body tense. However, there was also an advantage. It was very convenient to buy things. People were coming and going around her, and it seemed no one noticed anything amiss. She used her mental power to scan the surroundings, especially those people standing still, but she didn't back up any props. She pulled out her phone, downloaded offline maps of her current city and the entire country, then borrowed money from various lending platforms. This time, her luck was pretty good. She borrowed a total of 63,843. She decided to stock up on supplies first. Quickly putting on a mask, she found the nearest supermarket. Lin Xia first grabbed compressed biscuits and 4 packs of water. She then saw 2 other people nearby who were also only taking compressed biscuits and water. Lin Xia scanned them with her mental power. Backup successful. Backup Sun Hat 1, requires survival points, 10. Sun Hat. Effectively blocks UV rays, usage time, 120 hours. Backup successful. Backup Fishing Net 1, requires survival points, 10. Fishing Net. I will never return empty-handed. This game really has all kinds of props, Lin Xia thought, complaining. Without stopping her hands or feet, she grabbed water and compressed biscuits, then quickly ran to the convenient food section. She took boxed instant noodles, vermicelli, mixed noodles, self-heating hot pot, and hot and sour noodles. She didn't even look at the flavors, just loaded them into the shopping cart, filling one cart completely. Ham sausage, luncheon meat, beef, braised eggs, a portable gas stove, a box of gas canisters, a kettle, chopsticks. She filled another shopping cart as well. After checking out, she pushed the cart to the restroom. Seizing the moment when no one was around, she put everything into her space. This time, Lin Xia wasn't as cautious as she was in the previous world. In the last world, she didn't know the type of disaster, and was afraid of being caught acting abnormally. Plus she didn't have much strength. In this world, she was much more relaxed because the appearance of zombies would inevitably lead to chaos in the city, and no one would pursue any anomalies. She quickly walked out of the supermarket, and went to the nearby pharmacy to buy anti-inflammatory drugs, cold medicine, fever reducers, alcohol, disinfectant, masks, and gloves. Seeing a sportswear store, she took 10 sets of jackets and 5 pairs of athletic shoes. She called a taxi, still taking the items to the restroom first to put them into her space. She quickly changed into a new set of clothes. Once in the car, she wanted to head towards the city's outskirts. She didn't want to be trapped in the city again, like in the last game. However, this taxi waited for over 20 minutes. Feeling anxious from the wait, she ran to a convenience store on the roadside, and bought a large bag of candies and chocolates, and another pack of water. Being in a crowded city always gave her a sense of lingering fear, especially since it was zombies. The more people there were, the more dangerous it would surely be. Moreover, zombies were different from other things. What if this time it wasn't a thermobaric bomb, but a nuclear bomb was directly dropped? Then she would truly die. While waiting, she looked at the map. This place was closer to L City. If she went to H City, she would need to cross 3/4 of the city, passing through the city center, which was risky. It was better to go towards L City. Master, I'm in a hurry. Can you go faster? I can pay more. As she spoke, she set an increased fare on the platform. No problem. Once in the car, she stuffed items into her backpack, secretly transferring them into her space, and finally put everything into her backpack. Lin Xia took out her phone to check messages. As expected, a group QR code had already appeared on Weibo. She scanned it to join. Haha, I'm in the game too. This is too awesome. Let's have a hot pot first. I've been eating bread every day, my mouth is going to taste bland. Yeah, I ate pig's trotters and rice. Others thought I was starving to death. In fact, I only ate a pack of instant noodles I managed to grab in 2 days. Look at mine, my super spicy seafood feast. So satisfying. Are you guys idiots? Instead of quickly stocking up, You go eat first? This time it's zombies. That's right, not to mention buying compressed biscuits and water with this money. You also need to find a place to store them. The key is there are no weapons. I'm almost dying of anxiety, and you guys are still eating. After a quick look, there was no useful information, so Lin Xia exited and checked the news. There was no abnormality in the news either, which didn't surprise Lin Xia. Watching them leave the commercial area, the pedestrians on the road became fewer, and she felt a sense of relief. But as they got closer to the city outskirts, traffic jams suddenly started. Master, what's going on? Why are there so many cars? Little sister, don't you know? XX Group in L City is recruiting people. The announcement came out in a hurry, and many people couldn't buy train tickets or plane tickets to L City or book hotels. So they booked them in S City. Taxis have been very busy these past 2 days. I thought you were also going for an interview. Lin Xia had indeed seen this news, but she hadn't paid much attention to company recruitment. At this moment, she quickly opened Baidu to search for information about this company and casually asked, "What does this company do?" "Oh, they do a lot, but mainly cosmetics and pharmaceuticals, especially the research and development of cosmeceuticals and drugs for treating viruses. They are the best." Lin Xiao's heart sank when she heard the word virus. She looked at the long lines of cars in front and behind, all 3 lanes completely jammed. She felt numb. "Master, how much will it cost to get there by taxi?" "It's not far, it's at the junction of L City and S City, about 70 or 80 yuan. Not far." Lin Xia wanted to cry but had no tears. Was this a 1,000-mile journey to deliver herself to death? She scanned the code and paid 100 yuan. "Master, I have something urgent, so we'll get off here first. You'd better leave this place too." As soon as she opened the car door, she heard a bang, and half a corpse fell from the car roof in front of her. The driver in the car cursed and got out, yelling ah. Chapter 23 Zombie World 2. Chapter 23. Screams rose and fell. Lin Xia glanced in that direction and bolted, but with so many people and cars, she couldn't run fast. She jumped onto the car roofs and ran with large strides, no longer caring about being exposed. That half-eaten corpse was clearly bitten in half in one go. The continuous teeth marks indicated it was a big one. Not long after she ran off, the people still watching the commotion fell into chaos. Many of them shivered, turned, grabbed the person next to them, and bit down. Some people also quickly ran back. Some were so scared they collapsed to the ground. Some dared not leave their cars and hid inside, trembling. And some picked up their phones to call the police. Hearing the screams, Lin Xia didn't dare to stop. The cursing driver, who had gotten out from afar to try and stop Lin Xia, had just stepped out when his eyes shifted, and he reached out to grab Lin Xia's foot. Lin Xia kicked him away and continued running. But as more and more people mutated, more and more pedestrians jumped onto the car roofs, which severely slowed Lin Xia down. The roadway was a mess, filled with blood everywhere. Lin Xia felt a bit nauseous. The specialized mask could filter harmful substances but not smells, which was very painful for the sensitive Lin Xia. Behind her, there were no more cars, and the road was even more chaotic. Zombies chased people everywhere. She ran fast, and the zombies would follow for a while before losing her, and then chasing the next target. Seeing the chaos ahead as well, Lin Xia didn't dare to run back the way she came. That path led straight to the city center, where there would be more people and even more chaos. "Open the door, open the door. Let me in, please, let me in. Open the door. Let us in. You guys." Seeing people begging for help at a roadside shop, they were bitten on the neck by a zombie before the door could open, splattering blood everywhere. These zombies couldn't catch her, so she wasn't that afraid. However, witnessing the entire mutation process, that instant sent chills down her spine. From normal humans to monsters that only knew how to eat people. It only took a single moment. And the collapse of society also happened in just a moment. Thinking of the first half-eaten corpse she saw, and seeing fewer and fewer living people on the road, she felt she couldn't keep running like this. Although she wasn't that tired yet, if that really was a big one, she would be in danger. Her mental power spread out. The large doors of the roadside shops were all locked from the inside. Only one shop's entrance was wide open. with 2 zombies eating people inside. She no longer hesitated and quickly ran over. Her throwing knife went in first, piercing the 2 zombies' heads through their eyes. She quickly dealt with the person being eaten on the ground who was about to mutate, then swiftly entered the shop. Those nearby immediately followed her in. Everyone moved the tables and cabinets inside to block the door. The door was tightly shut, and everyone covered their mouths tightly, trembling. Lin Xia quickly checked everything, closing all the windows. The sound of banging on the door outside gradually faded with the screams of the pedestrians. Everyone in the room finally breathed a sigh of relief. Many people slumped to the ground, trembling so much they couldn't speak coherently. Is that a zombie? Are there really zombies? So terrifying, even more terrifying than in movies. Boo-hoo, I want to go home. What should we do? Is it really the end of the world? I need to call my son. He's still at school. And there are more people there. What should I do? Don't call. What if your son is hiding, and your call exposes his location? The person froze for a moment, then looked terrified. Right, can't call. Yes, quickly mute your phones. Shoo, stop talking, or you'll attract that monster again. Everyone quieted down, muting their phones. Lin Xia also took out her phone, and saw that the group chat had 99 messages. She scrolled through briefly and saw many first-time players complaining about not having saved supplies, and many begging for supplies. However, she noticed that in this group, someone was asking for everyone's addresses. This time, the group not only had players from S City, but also more from L City, and even players from other cities. But currently only S City and L City had zombie outbreaks. Other cities had not yet. The XX group between S and L was suspected to be the source. She needed to get away from here immediately. She opened Weibo and found no news about zombies. Even if something appeared, it would immediately disappear. This was really not a good thing. She opened her backend and edited some information about the zombies, but found she couldn't post it. Even using homophonic homophones didn't work. Lin Xia opened her offline map. She had to leave here. She couldn't go through the city center. After a long time of looking, she found a route, but this path had too many uncertainties, so she would have to take it one step at a time. She had noticed when she came in that this was a phone repair shop, full of phone-related items. She took several power banks, charging cables and charging heads, transferring them from her backpack to her space. It was quiet outside. Lin Xia looked out. There weren't many zombies left in this area. They were probably attracted away by the crowds. How is it outside? It looks like there are only a few zombies left, Lin Xia replied. The few people all breathed a sigh of relief. What exactly happened? From the direction it came, it was the XX group. Could it be that they were researching viruses and ended up creating zombies? It's very possible. Didn't their recruitment information say they discovered a new substance that not only doubles the effect of cosmetics, but also has a very significant effect on cancer cells? Professor Li Pei also strongly joined and wants to form a new team, recruiting new members. Yes, if it weren't for Professor Li Pei, I wouldn't have wanted to come and see. Me too. I just took a day off yesterday. It's hard to say if this is a good thing or a bad thing. What if it had broken out while we were at the hospital? Boo-hoo, I came to apply with my daughter. She's already inside. Will she already be? Everyone fell silent. Lin Xia was a bit surprised. It turned out that the people gathered here were all from the medical field. If what they said was true, then the XX group might have gathered a large number of experts and professors. This was a huge blow to this world. Feeling a little pity, Lin Xia shook her head. She had to leave. But before she could act, a sharp and brief scream rang out. People's faces changed in shock, and they all tightly closed their mouths. For a moment, the entire street became quiet. A chewing sound came, different from the zombies tearing earlier. It was as if someone was being entirely bitten into a mouth. Even the bones being crushed. Lin Xia thought of the half-eaten corpse and knew things were bad. It was very likely that thing had followed them. She looked at her survival points, 1760. She had only been in this world for 2 hours. She exchanged for 5 attribute cards. Speed 1 and 3 attribute cards. Strength 1 and immediately used them. The chewing stopped. and everyone prayed it would leave quickly. After a rustling sound, 3 or 4 people's screams rose and fell. One person ran out, frantically running forward. As he passed their door, they could see he was covered in blood, though they didn't know whose it was. Chewing sounds, screams. The sounds were bone-chilling, as if the person being eaten was still alive. Someone, unable to bear it, opened the door and ran out screaming. Chapter 24 Zombie World 3. Chapter 24. Lin Xia stood up, and they looked at her nervously. She could hear that thing wasn't far from them. One of them whispered, "Aren't you attracting its firepower now?" Of course she knew, but she was afraid that if she didn't run now, she wouldn't be able to run later. With such a loud noise, it would definitely attract the surrounding zombies. If she didn't leave now, it would be even more impossible to escape later, surrounded by them. She pointed outside, and everyone looked out through the glass door. Zombies were coming over one after another, and their faces changed. Lin Xia didn't open the door. She quietly walked to the back, where there was an alley with not too many zombies. She opened the window, flipped out, and then closed the window. The people inside were still hesitating. Lin Xia took off running, her steps light and silent. She bypassed the zombies before they could react, but the monster chewing inside the house suddenly stopped and looked in the direction Lin Xia had run off to. With a single movement, it crashed through the wall, revealing a few people in the adjacent shop. Those people trembled in fear, but it didn't even glance at them. It pushed off the ground with its legs and chased in Lin Xia's direction. Lin Xia seemed to sense something and glanced back. Just one look gave her goosebumps. That thing was actually chasing her. She also clearly saw what the monster looked like. It resembled a toad, its skin was lumpy, its body was pressed against its legs, and with one push of its legs, it could leap several meters. Its large mouth, located on its abdomen, was exposed. The mouth had no lips, revealing jagged fangs, and a long tongue stretched out from within, sniffing the air. Lin Xia ran even faster in fright, but that ugly thing seemed to have locked onto her, and was chasing very closely. She knew she couldn't keep going like this. The surrounding zombies were increasing, and if she got surrounded, even her speed would be useless. She had to act quickly. She suddenly stopped, and a fire element card appeared in her hand. 30 energy transformed into a huge fireball and flew towards the monster. The monster was fast, but Lin Xia's fireball was guided by her mental power, so it had nowhere to hide. However, the moment the fireball hit, it curled into a ball. The fireball only scorched its skin, making it shriek, but it only caused skin burns. It rolled on the ground and then lunged at Lin Xia. Before its body arrived, its tongue suddenly elongated and wrapped around Lin Xia. The long tongue was like a snake's, forked at the tip, and saliva dripped onto the ground, burning holes into the concrete. Lin Xia was somewhat surprised, but her physique was high, and her speed was fast. She moved her feet, slid her body, and retreated sharply. She didn't want to be disfigured. 2 throwing knives shot out rapidly. One was dodged, but the other pierced its tongue, pinning it to the ground. The concrete hissed with white smoke, instantly corroding. The monster's mouth was wide open, screaming incessantly, and a huge fireball took the opportunity to fly out and smash into the monster's large mouth. The monster instantly turned into a fireball. It rolled on the ground, shrieking, its huge body collapsing the surrounding houses. Another throwing knife followed it, flying in and out of its large mouth. Lin Xia truly didn't know where its head was. The monster's tail behind it whipped around rapidly. At this point, its speed was not as good as before. As its tail whipped, the sound was like thunder. It whipped it incredibly frantically. Lin Xia was a bit disheveled, but she still tried her best to dodge while controlling the throwing knife to continue stabbing the monster's tongue. Controlling the fireball, she smashed it into the monster's mouth again. Seeing that this huge commotion had attracted all the surrounding zombies, Lin Xia became anxious. Finally, the throwing knife seemed to poke something with a different texture, and the monster suddenly stopped. Lin Xia controlled the throwing knife to slice through it, from the inside out, cutting the monster into pieces. Her mental power swept over it, making her so nauseous she almost vomited, but she didn't find the crystal core mentioned in the novel. It was a pity that these 4 throwing knives were ruined, corroded beyond recognition. She pouted, feeling she had overthought things. Seeing that she was almost surrounded, Lin Xia found a direction, and a fire dragon roared out, instantly clearing a path. She quickly flashed through, transforming into an afterimage, and broke out of the encirclement. She regretfully looked at the fire element card that had disappeared from her hand. Lin Xia didn't dare to stay. Now the zombies weren't fast, and their sense of smell wasn't that keen. She had to quickly find a place to hide. She redeemed an attribute card, Spirit 1. After using it, her somewhat stinging head felt much better. There were many self-built rural houses here. Probably due to the XX group, the suburban villages here were quite prosperous, with many offering agritourism and accommodation. There were many cars parked by the roadside. Lin Xia stepped onto a car, and with a jump, she could grasp the eaves of these houses. With a push, she flipped herself onto the roof. Sitting on the rooftop, Lin Xia panted heavily and looked down. The zombies below were squeezed together. Thinking that close combat was likely, she put her hand in her pocket, and a fighting skill card flashed in her hand. Lin Xia closed her eyes, feeling a surge of power enter her body, transforming her muscles and deepening a certain muscle memory. All the fighting skill techniques flashed through her mind. Her mental power was strong, and she remembered almost everything instantly. She stood up, and her body began to move. Because of her high physique, her control over her own muscles was extremely precise. Coupled with her mental memory, she became more and more proficient. She finally understood that how much one masters depends on one's personal will. Attributes are the foundation of everything. Without high attributes, even if one passively learns, they will only have a superficial understanding. Seeing the people in the courtyard looking at her with envy and jealousy, Lin Xia glanced at the zombies outside the house. She felt a little embarrassed after all, so she stood up and left. She walked on the eaves if there were any, and on the courtyard walls if there weren't. The zombies below moved with her, stretching out their hands and trying to grab her. Although Lin Xia felt a bit terrified, her hands were steady, and her lower body was even steadier. She didn't slip a single step. The throwing knives flew in and out among the zombie horde, stringing them up like candied haws. One string after another. She deliberately made noise to lead these zombies, and as she walked, bodies fell along the way. When she reached an empty house, Lin Xia squatted on the wall and stopped making noise. The throwing knives harvested even faster, and the zombies fell silently. The zombies further away had already dispersed. Jumping down from the courtyard wall, she sat on the ground. Lin Xia rubbed her temples and redeemed an attribute card, Spirit 1. Although mental power was useful, it was consumed very quickly when used. Now an attribute card, Spirit 1 was no longer enough to replenish her depleted mental power. It could only stop her head from hurting. However, if she frequently increased her mental power, her body might not be able to handle it. To stay in this world for 10 days, she still needed to fight hand-to-hand. It was a good thing she drew the fighting skill this time, which would allow her to practice close combat more. Lin Xia looked at the blood on her body with mixed feelings. If this were before, she might have trembled just killing a chicken, unable to bring herself to do it. But after only a few days in the apocalypse, she had even killed people, and there were those people outside who had turned into monsters. She even had no adverse symptoms. She didn't know whether to say she was highly adaptable or simply bold due to her skill. Looking at her attributes, she had to admit that the constantly rising attributes indeed gave her more confidence. Chapter 25 Zombie World 4. Chapter 25. Lin Xia took out a cassette stove, boiled a pot of hot water, made 2 bowls of instant noodles, added 2 braised eggs and a bag of beef. She planned to leave as soon as she finished eating. This place was not safe. She didn't know why that large monster suddenly came after her. She could only make the worst assumption. Compared to others, her biggest difference was her good physique and high attributes. Perhaps she was more nourishing than others? No matter the reason, that monster must have come from XX group. She had to stay far away from here. Otherwise, if there were a few more monsters of that size, she wouldn't be able to handle them. Suddenly, her phone lit up. She picked it up and saw a message, a conscription notice. She looked up at the sky. It seemed this world was indeed still functioning normally. Only L and S cities were abnormal. They saw many people with abilities in the two cities, and XX Group, as Lin Xiao expected, had all the top experts in the medical field concentrated there, not just medical but also biological. They wanted to send people to rescue and hoped she could assist. Lin Xiao calmly put down her phone. Why should she go to her death? It seemed that as long as those people were being rescued, they were still safe. Thanks to them, this world was incredibly quiet. It was broad daylight, and it was the first time she had felt such extreme silence, making her slurping of instant noodles seem so loud. Putting her belongings away, Lin Xiao walked into the kitchen and took a boning knife. She weighed it in her hand. Feeling her strength was a bit insufficient, she exchanged for 4 attribute card. Strength 1 to increase her strength to 20, which should make cutting easier. Using the debris piled against the wall, she quietly jumped onto the wall. The zombies outside wandered aimlessly, but even with her sudden appearance on the wall, they didn't look over, indicating their vision was also very poor. Lin Xiao took out her phone, looked at the offline map, confirmed her direction, and then gently jumped down the wall, swiftly passing through the narrow alley. While the zombies were slow, had poor hearing, poor vision and slow reactions, she needed to get far away. As soon as she turned the corner, she saw a woman holding a 4 or 5-year-old girl, softly pleading for someone to open the door. Let the child in. I won't go in, please, you're her father. Please. The little girl covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Lin Xia, who initially didn't want to meddle, paused. Her mental power swept over, and she saw a man inside the house embracing a woman, engaged in an indescribable act. In the small convenience store diagonally opposite, the doors and windows were tightly shut, but there was only one zombie inside. Lin Xia chopped down a zombie approaching the mother and daughter, then used her mental power to slip through the door crack and open the convenience store door diagonally opposite. The zombie inside lunged out, and Lin Xia killed it and threw it away. She waved to the stunned mother and daughter. The mother's tears immediately fell. She gently held her daughter and entered the convenience store. As soon as they entered, she knelt before Lin Xia. Lin Xia handed her the knife, locked the door tightly. Don't open it for anyone. Seeing Lin Xia walk away, the woman reacted quickly, locking the door and dragging things to block it completely. Lin Xia looked at the girl's father's door with disgust. If she attracted zombies, the mother and daughter would probably not fare well. She used her mental power to open that door. Watching the door gently open a crack, she thought, to live or to die, that's up to your fate. After quickly leaving, Lin Xia checked the time. She had been running for nearly 3 hours. It was now twilight, almost 6 o'clock, and she needed a place to spend the night. There was a slightly larger supermarket here, but there were many people inside. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a white light smashing towards her. No matter how she dodged, it still hit her. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, a piercing alarm sounded from her body. Her status gained a new entry. Alarm clock. Guaranteed to wake up the oversleeping you. Sound lasts for 5 minutes. Backup successful. Backup alarm clock 1. Requires survival points 10. The surrounding zombies all gathered. Lin Xia looked with a cold face towards the window from which the item was thrown. There were 3 men there. One young man with yellow hair pointed a pistol at her and shouted, "Ha ha ha ha! Why aren't you running? The zombies are surrounding you. Hurry up. I'm going to the supermarket across the street to get supplies. Hurry and lead the zombies away." Ha 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 ha. The other 2 also looked at her with smug, malicious smiles. Yeah, if you run now you might still escape. Wait any longer, and you really won't be able to. Lin Xia casually chopped down a nearby zombie, and, mimicking their malicious grin, took out her primary protective shield card and activated it. She then charged towards the small 2-story building where the 3 men were, kicking open the main door amidst their astonished gazes. The 3 men then panicked, cursing at her furiously. "If you don't want to live, don't kill us too. You bitch. Get lost, get far away." The yellow-haired man raised his gun, his hands trembling. "Run that way, or I'll shoot you." The dingling sound made Lin Xia's ears hurt, but at this moment, anger surged within her. She didn't stop, rushing straight to the 2nd floor, blocking the 3 men who wanted to escape at the room's entrance, kicking each one back inside. Backup successful. Backup spatial ring 13 cubic meters, requires survival points, 300. Backup successful. Backup necklace, Constitution 10, requires survival points, 1000. Seeing the prompts, Lin Xia showed a mocking expression. No wonder they were so arrogant. The yellow-haired man's eyes were bloodshot. He raised his pistol and fired wildly. The man next to him also threw fireballs, but all were blocked by the protective shield. The yellow-haired man was stunned. Realizing he had kicked a steel plate, Lin Xia leaped out of the window, directly climbing onto the roof. She heard gunshots inside for a while, followed by screams. Because the alarm clock was still ringing, more and more zombies gathered around. And the people hiding nearby, seeing so many zombies, some couldn't hold back and started cursing loudly, but this only made the zombies notice them, and soon, the cursing also disappeared. Flying knives entered through the window, killing all the zombies inside. Lin Xia climbed into the house, seeing the gruesome scene inside, but a necklace with Constitution 10, and a spatial ring that was 1,300 survival points. She found 2 items among the pile of torn flesh. The gun was out of bullets. Just as she extended her mental power into the spatial ring, she heard a prompt. Detected existing bound space. Do you wish to merge? Lin Xia first looked at the items inside. There were many barrels of water, looking like they had robbed a water vendor. The rest were a pile of gold, silver, and jewelry. Lin Xia was speechless. It seemed these were new players who had just come in. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't want these things. She threw the items out, put the water into her space first, then said merge. Merged. Current space size is 6 cubic meters. Taking out the necklace, Lin Xia was a bit disgusted, but this was truly a good item. She rinsed it with water for a long time, then washed it with alcohol. Finally, after thinking for a moment, she threw the necklace into her space and only took it out after a while. Good, it was a clean necklace now, so she put it around her neck. She climbed back onto the roof from the window. The sky was darkening. Lin Xia leaped between rooftops. She had to find a place to stay quickly. As for the zombies here, she was powerless to help. Every wrong has its source, every deed its master. Chapter 26 Zombie World 5. Chapter 26. Finally, she found an empty room, a hotel room right next to the rooftop. It was vacant. Lin Xia jumped in through the window, locked it, drew the curtains and propped the door shut. She scanned with her mental power and found that the rooms on both sides only had luggage, no people. They had probably gone for interviews or sightseeing. She relaxed, quickly took off her outer clothes, and threw them out the window onto the adjacent rooftop. She still cooked instant noodles. Lin Xia took out her phone and opened Baidu to search for information about mental power, including what she could reference from novels. There were various functions. Illusions, mind control, good heavens, these were too difficult. Forget trying them. She didn't even have a direction. However, one theory caught her attention. Mental weakening. Of course, these were just things imagined by netizens, but it didn't prevent Lin Xia from getting inspiration. If she attached her mental power to her surroundings, what effect would it have? She might be able to try it tomorrow. The night passed uneventfully. Lin Xia didn't sleep soundly. The zombies seemed more active at night, and a few screams often echoed in the quiet night sky. Early the next morning, Lin Xia had already practiced her fighting skill once. She wiped the sweat from her face, poured out water, washed her face and wiped down her body. Lin Xia put on a new set of outdoor gear. Then she checked the online information, and realized that the news about zombies had already leaked, and many people knew about it. People online were clamoring to deal with S-City and L-City, especially XX Group, if they couldn't solve the zombie problem. Lin Xia didn't dare to gamble on the importance of those experts and professors. She had to save herself. As she left, she packed the mattress, quilt, pillow, towel and bath towel into her space, and even squeezed in a chair. The incident happened during the day, and it was chaotic outside. There were zombies everywhere, and not even a single road was clear for cars. Electric bikes and bicycles were scattered everywhere on the road, so travel could only be done on foot. Lin Xia packed her things, climbed out the window, and checked the situation outside. There were only 2 or 3 zombies on the entire road below her. It was a perfect opportunity to test her idea from last night. Lin Xia covered her entire body with mental power, then lightly jumped off the rooftop. She walked forward a bit, deliberately making a slight sound. The zombie was indeed attracted. It looked at Lin Xia and turned to walk over. Lin Xia moved to the side. The zombie only went in the direction it was originally headed. Just as it was about to pass Lin Xia, a figure suddenly darted out, and with a flash of the blade, cut off the zombie's head. Then it killed another zombie that had been attracted before turning to look at Lin Xia. Lin Xia also got a clear look at him. He was very tall. Lin Xia was 167 centimeters, and this person was at least a head taller than her, estimated to be 190 centimeters or more. He had a strong build. Judging by the ease with which he cut down the zombies, he was full of strength and moved swiftly. His mental power was likely not low, and that blade was also very good. His hair was messy, and he wore a black outdoor gear. His posture was upright, and his eyes were calm and sharp. He pulled Lin Xia and ran. Lin Xia looked at his hand, and a pistol appeared in her palm. They went straight into a hotel room, closed the door, and after confirming no zombies were pursuing them, he frowned and said, The zombies are practically on your face, and you don't dare to fight. Can't you at least dodge? When he closed the door and turned around, he saw Lin Xia pointing a gun at him. He was stunned and immediately put his blade behind his back. I have no ill intentions. I thought you were too scared to move, so I acted. Seeing the long blade hidden behind his back, Lin Xia backed up. Backup successful. Backed up weapon sharp long blade, a long blade tempered by a gold ability user. Survival points needed, 80. A gold ability user. Lin Xia lowered her gun. This was a standard room, with only a backpack on the bed. Seeing that he indeed had no ill intentions, Lin Xia looked at the blade with regret. Hello, my name is Xiecheng. Xiecheng stood there and smiled, looking much clearer. I am Sanchi. Are you always this enthusiastic? Not really. There are few zombies outside, so I went out only because I was confident. Xiecheng shook his head. Are you a soldier? Yes. Have you contacted your comrades? Xiecheng nodded, looking at Lin Xia in confusion. Lin Xia thought for a moment and asked, Does anyone know where the people who didn't participate in the game are? Xiecheng frowned and shook his head. No one I know knows. Wait, Sanchi? The owner of Sanchi's shop? Lin Xia wasn't very disappointed. She just thought they had many people, so she asked casually. Hearing his question, she herself was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She was still a bit unaccustomed to her new identity. It seems this identity cannot be used casually anymore. Time to change it again. Are you leaving S City? We could go together, Xiecheng invited. Lin Xia nodded and then shook her head. I still prefer to be alone. Xiecheng scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Shop owner, look, can we add each other as friends? If we get an ability awakening card, can we exchange it with you? Lin Xia nodded. You can exchange any items you have with me. Shop owner, can those items you put out be continuously exchanged? Xiecheng was a bit incredulous. Yes, and they will continue to be updated. Lin Xia said, playing with her pistol. Xiecheng excitedly took a step forward but quickly stopped, opening his panel. Shop owner, add me. Your friend function is closed. Lin Xia saw his game name was Xiecheng, added him as a friend, and then Lin Xia heard. Ding, you have a friend within a 50-meter radius. Seeing this prompt, Lin Xia realized there was also this function. It seems she couldn't add friends randomly in the future. Let's go. You should leave quickly too. Lin Xia waved her hand. This Xiecheng was too poor, but he had many people behind him, so he might be a big client in the future. Xiecheng watched Lin Xia walk away, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't randomly save people in the future. It was a pity he didn't have any other items on him, but at least he had added her as a friend. He packed his things and set off immediately. Lin Xia found her direction and moved quickly. A long blade appeared in her hand. She wielded it. And it was indeed very sharp. She finally saw the entrance to the highway. There were quite a few zombies here, but still fewer than in the city. On the road, car accidents were horrific. Zombies trapped in cars howled. and some living people weakly looked at the people outside the car window, their eyes lifeless. The injuries from the accidents meant there was no place to get help even if they got out. Everyone walked silently. When she saw people banging on car windows for help, Lin Xia went over and cut open the car door with a single strike, then turned and left without waiting for the person to come out. More and more people were on the road. The sides of the highway were either fields or mountains, so there were fewer people, and it was easier to walk. Lin Xia extended her mental power, approached crowds, scanned them, and then moved on. She really did manage to back up some items. Lin Xia complained. The items released by this game are getting more and more interesting. Chapter 27 Zombie World 6. Chapter 27. Backup successful. Backed up delicious spicy hot pot 1, requires survival points 10. Delicious spicy hot pot. After consumption, speed 1 duration, 30 minutes. Backup successful. Backed up Buddha jumps over the wall 1, requires survival points 30. Buddha jumps over the wall. After consumption, physique 3 duration, 30 minutes. Backup successful. Backed up commuter electric car 1, requires survival points 10. Commuter electric car. Speed 200 yards, takes you away from danger, usage time 5 minutes. Backup successful. Backed up ice element card 1, requires survival points 100. Ice element card. Remaining energy value 100. Suddenly, Lin Xia stopped in her tracks and looked up at the sky. After a long while, 2 helicopters flew from a distance, and the rumbling sound made Lin Xia's face turn ugly. Look quickly, are they here to save us? Hey, we're here. Hey, why are you shouting? Do you want to attract the zombies? Are you stupid? Who can 2 helicopters save? Probably just a few important figures. The helicopter sound is so loud, will it? Lin Xia heard messy footsteps at this moment. She looked left and right. The terrain here was not good. To the left was a field, and in the distance was a village. The zombies inside, attracted by the helicopter, also started roaring. The right side was directly adjacent to the village, and she could already see zombies rushing over. Not just one, but a group. Their speed was much faster than yesterday. Lin Xia felt her scalp tingle when she saw the swarming zombies. It might be safer to go back, but wouldn't that mean going back to where she started? Yet, she could already see zombies from the opposite side and both flanks. Without further hesitation, she directly turned and ran back. Seeing Lin Xia's actions, the people around her looked at each other. Though some followed her directly. Why isn't she running forward? Are you stupid? The zombies are running towards the sound. Run quickly. People immediately turned around and ran back. Those behind, not understanding why, still followed and ran. Xiecheng, who had been running back upon seeing the helicopter, saw Lin Xia running back when he received his friend's message notification. He clicked his tongue in amazement at her speed and quickened his pace to follow her. However, Lin Xia's speed also had to slow down. There were many people ahead, and with zombies converging, the scene was chaotic. Various elemental spheres flew everywhere, which did relieve some pressure. The natives no longer cared about being surprised and hid behind the people, but this made it even more chaotic. Screams, cries of agony, calls for help, curses, chewing sounds. Save me, save me. I don't want to die. Mom, where are you, Mom? Why don't I have an ability? The scene was too chaotic. And Lin Xia's movements were hindered. She couldn't fully exert herself. If not for her long blade dancing impenetrably, she would have been caught and dragged into the zombie horde. Many players were actually as panicked as the natives. Xiecheng moved closer to Lin Xia. Lin Xia understood his intention and did not refuse, only activating her primary protective shield. The two stood back to back, each facing 2 directions. Lin Xia's blade simply chopped, defending her side. Xiecheng was clearly more skilled than Lin Xia. With a flick of his hand, a zombie's head fell. Soon, the surviving people were surrounded. Most of the people still alive were players, each with at least one item in hand. The helicopters hovered above them, attracting more zombies. The players cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Most of them were holding element cards, which couldn't last for long. What do these people want to do? Why are they attracting zombies to kill us? They definitely don't want us to leave S City alive. These bastards. It must be because we didn't go to save those experts and professors. Woo, I don't want to die. I finally awaken my fire ability. How can I die? I haven't even gone on a rampage yet. Woo, this broken game, let me go home. I'm not playing anymore. There were many backups, but Lin Xia didn't have time to look closely. She exchanged another primary protective shield. After using it, she immediately exchanged for the wind element card and wood element card she had just seen. Lin Xia was furious. The helicopter above was still roaring. A fiery dragon roared upwards towards it. The people on the helicopter were startled and hurriedly dodged, but the fiery dragon, guided by Lin Xia's mental power, pursued relentlessly. Xiecheng stood beside Lin Xia, blocking the incoming zombies for her. Lin Xia glanced at him, concentrating on guiding the fiery dragon. Bang! The helicopter was hit and fell to the ground. The huge explosion attracted the surrounding zombies, slightly reducing the pressure on Lin Xia and the others. Everyone was astonished, their eyes burning as they looked at Lin Xia, their hands moving continuously, hoping someone could truly save them. A fiery dragon roared out, circling around them once, clearing a large open space. The zombies behind caught fire, and a strong gust of wind swept outwards. The fire, fueled by the wind, instantly ignited a large number of zombies. The zombies were packed tightly together, making the fire even larger. But the thick smoke and pungent stench made it hard for people to open their eyes. Seeing this, someone with a water ability card poured water over everyone's heads. Lin Xia's shield didn't have much time left. She needed to find a safe place. She unleashed a fiery dragon towards the village. People followed her, fighting their way in that direction. From time to time, someone was grabbed, and the formation was repeatedly broken. Finally, the remaining people stopped crying and cursing, understanding how to cooperate, defending their surroundings impenetrably before they could successfully start moving. Seeing that it wasn't far, Lin Xia drew all the energy from an entire card. A thick fiery dragon burst out, instantly clearing a path. There was a small dirt hill over there, and if they climbed it, they should be able to relax a bit more than now. As soon as the path was cleared, Lin Xia took off running, not daring to go all out. She used a strong gust of wind to sweep both sides of the path, knocking down a swath of zombies. Everyone took the opportunity to follow closely, sprinting. Xiecheng followed the closest. Lin Xia leaped onto the hill and lowered 2 vines. Xiecheng also climbed up on his own. He grabbed the vines. "I'll do it, I'm stronger." He tucked the vines under his armpits, stood in a horse stance, and wrapped his hands around the vines. Lin Xia didn't contend. She sat down dazedly on the ground, her head throbbing. She quickly exchanged for 5 attribute card. Spirit 1. By the time everyone climbed onto the dirt hill, several more people had been lost due to fighting. Everyone sat slumped on the ground, panting. Lin Xia recovered for a while, her head no longer hurt, and then she looked at the backups. Backup successful. Backed up transport plane 1. Requires survival points, 1. Backup successful. Backed up wind element card 1. Requires survival points, 100. Backup successful. Backed up wood element card 1. Requires survival points, 100. Backup successful. Backed up infinite bullet submachine gun 1. Requires survival points, 100. Backup successful. Backed up ice ability awakening card 1. Requires survival points, 1000. Backup successful. Backed up weapon axe. Requires survival points, 10. Backup successful. Backed up group chat 1. Requires survival points, 50. Group chat. Can create a group chat, maximum 50 people. Backup successful. Backed up pearl earring strength 10. Requires survival points, 1000. Backup successful. Backed up whispers 1. Requires survival points, 100. Whispers. Can designate one person, only he can hear you speak. Uses, 100. Backup successful. Backed up life and death plate 1. Requires survival points, 100. Life and death plate. Predicts the probability of death for your next action. Uses, 10. Backup successful. Backed up weapon long blade. Requires survival points, 10. Chapter 28 Zombie World 7. Chapter 28. Below, zombies gathered in circles, a dense, dark mass. Lin Xia had just exchanged 3 fire element cards, 2 wind element cards, and 2 primary protective shields, along with 5 attribute cards. Now she only had 1342 survival points left. She counted the people on the dirt mound. There were only 25. Earlier, there had been at least several hundred people along the way, all of whom had died. Woo, is this game really that hard? There are so many zombies below. What are we going to do? Thank you, boss, for saving us. Do you have a plan, boss? Seeing so many people looking at her, Lin Xia glanced at her items. That alarm clock might be useful, but now these zombies weren't just reacting to sound. They had developed a sense of smell, and even a hint of sight. They wouldn't be easily lured away. Only a portion could be. Wait a moment first, everyone rest, Xiecheng said. Who among you can still run now? That's true. But what's going on with the people in this world? Haven't you noticed? It's possible that only S City and L City have zombies in this world. Other places might not yet. Will it be like Resident Evil? Getting nuked? What good would nuking do? This thing is airborne. But they don't know that, do they? They shouldn't. This world's experts are all trapped in XX group. If all these people die, it would be an unbearable loss. That's not certain. There's also beautiful country. They might take the opportunity to. Stop talking. Will you be happy if it's nuked? Shopkeeper, do you have a plan? Xiecheng moved closer to Lin Xia and whispered. Lin Xia glanced at him. Don't call me that. Call me, she faltered a bit. Seventh sister? Lin Xia looked at Xiecheng's large build, opened and closed her mouth, and decided, this would do too. Seventh sister, this dirt slope can't withstand these zombies crashing into it like this. If there's a way, it needs to be implemented soon. Golden arrows shot out one by one from Xiecheng's hand, always hitting the head, sometimes even skewering multiple zombies like candied haws. Lin Xia looked at the front of the dirt slope, which led to a very large courtyard. There were currently 4 or 5 zombies inside. If they could get over there, they would definitely be out of danger. At least they could run very far. This dirt slope was a good 4 or 5 meters away from the courtyard. Even she couldn't leap across it now, let alone with zombies below. Boss, have you thought of a solution? The sides are already being broken. This dirt slope won't last much longer. A girl cried out in fright. Boss, can you use your fire dragon a few more times? Do you think I have as many abilities as I want? A few more times? I've only managed about 10 small fireballs so far. Then what do we do? Wait to die? Look how many zombies there are. Well, be bitten to death. I'd rather kill myself now. Lin Xia listened to the arguments around her, still debating whether to exchange for a few more element cards. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her eyes gleaming. She was truly foolish. Why was she wasting survival points? Xiecheng was startled. He stood up with her and saw a large truck crash between the dirt slope and the courtyard. The zombies below were crushed to pieces. And everyone fell silent. Let's go. Lin Xia glanced at Xiecheng, jumped onto the large truck, and in a few steps, crossed onto the courtyard wall. Xiecheng immediately followed her. Both of them were very steady on their feet, walking all the way to the rooftop. The people behind them followed, then started arguing. Some were timid and clung to the wall, afraid to move, while those behind them cursed angrily. Lin Xia didn't wait for them. She turned and left. Xiecheng used a few golden arrows to deal with the zombies in the courtyard and said, You'd better hurry. This wall can't withstand these zombies crashing into it. After speaking, he turned and followed Lin Xia. When the people behind heard this, they panicked. Someone, it's unclear who, shot the timid person in the forehead, and they fell into the zombie horde. Xiecheng heard the commotion behind him, paused, and then sped up, leaving. Which way? Xiecheng asked when he saw Lin Xia stop moving. Why are you following me? Lin Xia looked at him, puzzled. It's safer with you, Xiecheng replied honestly. Don't worry, you don't need to be responsible for my safety, water, or food. I just want to follow you to find a place to stay. Lin Xia exchanged for a life and death plate. She was a bit undecided whether to continue outside the city or return to the city center. The shengxi pan in her hand looked as ordinary as a compass. Shengxi pan, if I go outside the city, what is the probability of death? The pointer on the shengxi pan spun, and pointed to 100. Lin Xiao's face darkened. Shengxi pan, if I go to the city center, what is the probability of death? This time, the shengxi pan pointed to 50. Lin Xiao was unwilling. Shengxi pan, if I go outside the city, what is the probability of survival? 0. Shengxi pan, if I go to XX group, what is the probability of my survival? 0. Very well. Lin Xiao was annoyed. A 50 survival rate. She glanced at Xiecheng and handed it to him. You try. Xiecheng took it. Surprised and asked just as Lin Xiao had, Shengxi pan, if I return to the city center, what is the probability of survival? 30. Shengxi pan, if I go outside the city, what is the probability of my survival? 0. Xiecheng's face also darkened. Suddenly an idea struck him. If I follow seventh sister back to the city center, what is the probability of survival? 80. Xiecheng looked at Lin Xia and grinned. His feeling was right after all. Lin Xia looked at him. Why? She snatched the shengxi pan back. If I take Xiecheng back to the city center, what is the probability of survival? 50. Lin Xia's face completely darkened. After pondering for a long time, Lin Xia asked faintly, Can you fly a plane? Xiecheng looked at her, puzzled, and nodded. Yes, I have a license. Then you're a bit useful. Can that plane from earlier fit in this courtyard? Lin Xia raised her chin. Yes. Xiecheng kept a straight face, not daring to laugh. Then let's go. Xiecheng jumped down, dealt with the zombies with 2 knives, and moved everything in the courtyard to the side, clearing a large open space. Lin Xia jumped down, pointed her hand, and a plane identical to the one from earlier appeared in the courtyard. Xiecheng's eyes widened in surprise, but he closed his mouth and didn't ask further, automatically entering the cockpit. As Lin Xia sat down, she heard a sound from the cellar. Wait. While Xiecheng was confused, he saw the cellar open and 2 people emerged. A middle-aged man and a boy of about 10 years old. Are you here to save us? The boy asked blankly. Mom, Grandpa. Ooh. The middle-aged man wiped his tears and looked at them expectantly. Lin Xia frowned. We're not here to save you. We're going back to the city center. If you come with us, you have 5 minutes to pack your things. If not, we're leaving. Well, go. The middle-aged man wiped his tears, pushed the boy. Hurry and pack your things. He quickly ran back into the house, grabbed 2 suitcases, and started stuffing things inside. Chapter 29 Zombie World 8. Chapter 29. At this moment, several people from behind came over. Boss, take us with you. Xiecheng glanced at Lin Xia, who didn't want to speak, and replied. This transport plane has a lot of space, so taking you is definitely not a problem, but we are going back to the city, not out of the city. Go back to the city for what? We escaped after so much hardship. Are we going back to die? Yeah, don't you know how many zombies are in the city? It's really dangerous there, boss, we can't go back. 2 people's eyes darted around. Then they raised their hands and said, Well, follow the boss, we're going back to the city. With that, the 2 climbed onto the plane. A young man pulled out a submachine gun and pointed it at the 2. Take us out of the city. Otherwise, I'll shoot you. I don't believe you're faster than a gun at this close range. Xiecheng's expression darkened. Without him seeming to move, he appeared directly in front of that person, and the gun was already in his hand. That person was kicked to the ground by him. Playing with a gun in front of me? Xiecheng looked at the gun, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. He handed the gun to Lin Xia. 7th sister, here. It's your spoils of war, why give it to me? Lin Xia gave him a puzzled look. Xiecheng's movements were a bit fast just now, otherwise she would have done it herself. This was an infinite bullet gun. She averted her gaze. Xiecheng scratched his head. You keep it for me. Give it back to me when the game ends. Lin Xia thought for a moment, then accepted it. The gun disappeared directly in front of Xiecheng, and his eyes brightened by several degrees. The remaining people looked at each other. A few felt that since they were already here, getting out of the city wasn't far, so they left directly, including the person who lost his gun. Xiecheng glanced at him but didn't bother. knowing he wouldn't live anyway. There were only 8 people left, plus the 2 who had already boarded the plane, making a total of 10 people. The father and son then came over and said to Lin Xia, "There's still some food and vegetables in the cellar. I'll give them to you. I want to ask if you could, if you have the spare capacity, help me protect my child, or take him outside the city." The boy kept tugging at his clothes, saying that he wouldn't leave alone and would rather die with his father, since his mother and grandfather were already dead. He covered his mouth, his voice very soft, tears streaming down his face. Lin Xia softened her tone. "I can only say that if you come with us, I don't know if you'll live, but leaving the city now will definitely lead to death. I cannot guarantee your safety." "Why?" The man was somewhat distraught. Currently, only S City and L City have experienced the zombie crisis. "Tell me, can you leave the city?" Xia Cheng explained. The man was stunned for a moment, then wiped away his tears. "The food is here. Can we pack some more things? Why didn't you say that just now?" Someone muttered softly. The person next to him snorted. "If you don't have your own judgment, won't you just copy what the boss does? Will the boss go to his death?" "Yes, hurry up. The zombies are coming. Let's move the food. I see you've lost all your things too. You'll have to get through these next few days." Lin Xia replied. Hearing that the food was also theirs, several people immediately perked up. The man led the boy to quickly move things onto the plane, wishing they could empty their entire home. The zombies were closing in. Lin Xia shouted, "Prepare to depart." The few people emerged from the cellar. This food was enough for them to eat for 10 days. The plane rumbled as it flew towards the city. "Seventh sister, there's a helipad on the top floor over there. Should we go there?" That building looked to be over 30 stories tall, and the top floor was empty. The main reason was that it was very far from XX Group. The plane landed. As soon as everyone got off, the rooftop door opened and 5 people emerged, 3 men and 2 women. Ding, a friend has appeared within 50 meters. "Oh, it's that lucky person." Lin Xia's eyes lit up when she saw her. Backup successful. Backup flying wings 1. Survival points required. 1000. Flying wings. Allows you to realize your dream of soaring freely in the sky. Usage time 30 minutes. Usage count 3 times. Backup successful. Backup invisibility ring 1. Survival points required. 1000. Invisibility ring. Allows for invisibility, including clothes, shoes, socks, and hats. Usage time 30 minutes. Usage count 3 times. Backup successful. Backup telescope 1. Survival points required. 10. Telescope. Allows for clear observation within a 5-kilometer range. Backup successful. Backup gold element card 1. Survival points required. 100. Backup successful. Backup substitute doll 1. Survival points required. 10,000. Substitute doll. Can die once in your place. Only effective when carried on your person. As expected, she didn't disappoint. They were all good treasures. Wait, Lin Xia's expression froze. She had sold a storage ring to the little cutie. Wouldn't that mean she could only back up items that were equipped on her, or carried on her person? She couldn't back up other treasures. Ji Wei's eyes lit up when she saw her. Seeing Lin Xia shake her head, she suppressed the words that almost slipped out. T. Sister. You know each other? The leading man turned to ask Ji Wei. Ji Wei nodded. Yes, she's a sister I know in real life. Hello, my name is Zhang Mingjia. Since you're Xiao Wei's friend, you're also my Zhang Mingjia's friend. His tone was doting. Xie Qing glanced at Lin Xia, who was out of sorts, and stepped forward to reply. No problem. We just want to settle down here. Sorry to bother you. Zhang Mingjia frowned. Settle down here? You don't plan to leave the city? Where did this plane come from? Lin Xia, with her head slightly lowered, suddenly felt a mental power probing towards her. She frowned, feeling this mental power penetrate into her mind in a sequence she had never seen before. Lin Xia, who had originally intended to repel it, became interested. She attached her own mental power around that mental power, letting it burrow into her head. As soon as it entered, Lin Xia understood. This was a peeking into other people's thoughts. After waiting for a while and finding no other movements, Lin Xia directly used her mental power to push it out of her head. Zhang Yiyin only felt an intense pain in her head and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lin Xia was already instantly in front of her, gripping her neck. "What are you doing?" Zhang Mingjia, realizing what was happening, roared. "Let go of my sister." The others were also stunned. Xiecheng instantly drew his long saber. Ji Wei retreated a few steps, clenching her hands. Lin Xia's mental power simply twisted, forming the sequence she had just seen, and fiercely pierced into Zhang Yiyun's head. In an instant, countless pieces of information flooded into her. Lin Xia's face turned pale. She instantly withdrew her mental power, a trace of blood still overflowing from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were also sparkling. She wiped her mouth, a smile spreading across her face. So mental power could be used like this. Suddenly, her hand loosened, and Zhang Yiyin instantly appeared behind Zhang Mingjia, coughing violently. Mind reading, teleportation, synthesis, TSK, truly good skills, good talents. I just wonder if your teammates know about your mind reading? As Lin Xia spoke these words, Zhang Mingjia's expression changed. He suddenly looked at Ji Wei. Ji Wei's face turned pale for a moment. No wonder. No wonder the attitude of the brother and sister changed so quickly. It turned out they knew about her talent. Xiao Wei, don't listen to her trying to sow discord. Zhang Mingjia's expression was a little flustered. Ji Wei took a step back, saying nothing, just looking at them coldly. Well, now we'll tell them that you also have mind reading. Do you think they'll continue to team with you? Zhang Yiyin recovered, her face full of scorn. Lin Xia smiled distantly. I'm not as despicable as you, and besides, I don't need teammates. As soon as her words fell, vines instantly shot out, binding the two of them tightly. Immediately after, two water arrows appeared, piercing through the heads of the two with a splat, killing them both in one blow. Chapter 30 Zombie World 9. Chapter 30. It wasn't until Lin Xia looked at Ji Wei that everyone realized the person who made the move wasn't Lin Xia, but the seemingly frail young woman. Everyone looked at Ji Wei, who had made the move. But Ji Wei was staring intently at the vanished Zhang Yiyun, where a shattered substitute doll lay. Substitute doll. Lin Xia remembered the backup from earlier, so that was Zhang Yiyun's substitute doll? So she's not dead? Ji Wei's face turned pale, then fierce, a scornful smile playing on her lips. What are you doing? Why did you suddenly kill someone? What were you just talking about? The indigenous people behind Ji Wei looked terrified. A question mark flashed in Lin Xia's mind, and Xiecheng explained, anything involving game content will be censored. They can't hear it, like skills, items, and so on. The only thing they can probably hear is something well-known like ability. Lin Xia suddenly understood. She hadn't interacted with many people, so she didn't know it was like this. Ji Wei showed a gentle smile on her face. Third sister, do you think I handled this well? Lin Xia was somewhat surprised by her change, but still nodded. Very good. If she had uncovered Lin Xia's secret and tried to use her, Lin Xia would have eliminated her without hesitation. Ji Wei looked at the corpse, her expression changed again, and a sorrowful look appeared on her milky white face, tears gently falling. She never liked me since childhood, always deliberately bullying me. When I met her here, I thought it was meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, but I didn't expect her to be eyeing my talent. I'm really, really so sad. Xiao Wei, don't be sad. She brought it upon herself. She pried into so many of our secrets. If you hadn't acted just now, I would have. No one wants their secrets known and exploited by others. Her former teammate consoled her. Thank you. Ji Wei lowered her head. Some people looked at Lin Xia with suspicion. Lin Xia knew they had many questions, but at this moment, they all seemed to want to avoid her. But would she care? Xiecheng looked at Ji Wei, shivered, and quickly averted his gaze. Come down. Find a room for yourselves. You should have room cards, right? Yes, we've cleared 4 floors of this hotel. The top 3 floors are habitable, the top floor can't be opened, and there are still some indigenous people. These are the room cards for those too. It's fine. Xiecheng said, don't move everything down. If we have to run, there won't be time to pack. Everyone took 3 days' worth of food, and Xiecheng locked the plane. The father and son looked at them fearfully. Xiecheng let them stay in Zhang Ming's original room, told them to move their belongings freely. The middle-aged man cautiously asked if he could find a weapon in the hotel, and go kill zombies too. Xiecheng nodded. He had originally wanted to help them clear their room, but seeing their fear of Lin Xia, he pouted and said no more. Lin Xia stretched lazily. It was only the second day. She ignored everyone else and went straight out to the rooftop. Standing on the top floor, there was only one room. And the door had a password lock. The door was difficult to open from the outside but not from the inside. With a sweep of mental power, she opened the door and, ignoring the surprised stares of the others, walked in and closed the door with a bang. The top floor was truly vast, with everything imaginable. She inspected it from top to bottom, backing up a pile of water, alcohol, snacks and entertainment equipment of brands she had never seen before. Only when she was sure no one was around did she relax. It was then that she realized the internet had been disconnected at some point. She tossed her phone back into her space. She stripped off her clothes and threw them into the trash can, took a cold shower in the pool, lay on the large bed in a bathrobe for a while, then got up and put on new clothes from inside out. After putting on her shoes, she finally collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. The people who had followed Lin Xia here felt a mix of awkwardness and disappointment when they saw that Lin Xia didn't care about their attitude, especially those who were still avoiding her, their ears turning red. Xiecheng scoffed at their behavior, then turned and went downstairs to find a room and entered it. Jiwei showed a refreshing smile. Everyone, please find a room to stay in. There are many empty rooms. Even if there are zombies, it's only one or two, so there's no danger. After speaking, she also left. Back in her room, Jiwei pursed her lips, wondering if the boss would have a bad impression of her. Although Zhang Yiyin had never liked her since childhood, she really hadn't intended to kill her. She had thought that since they grew up together, it was better than a stranger. But Jiwei bit her finger and looked at her talent. Lucky star. A favored by fate. Always able to obtain useful resources at critical moments, encounter noble people and turn misfortune into blessing when in danger, and form a lucky field around herself, enhancing teammates' luck. But she couldn't let others know about her talent, otherwise she was afraid she would become a tool. She then looked at the team card. Can form a small team to enter the game together, including teammate positions, chat channel, and in-game online trading channel. Number of people, 5. In her spatial ring. She needed reliable teammates, not teammates who would only suck her dry. Sanchi the shop owner was an excellent choice. Not only was she powerful, but she also had many items and would not covet her meager belongings. But she was just too strong. She didn't need teammates at all. It seemed she had nothing to attract her. How could she attract her? In another room, Xiecheng finished contacting his comrades and felt relieved. The two of them had already rendezvoused in L City. The three exchanged information, and from Xiecheng, they learned not to leave the city. The two who had originally planned to leave the city also decided to hide in a high-rise building in the suburbs. Lin Xia slept until dark, waking up at 9 p.m. She was so hungry her heart felt empty. She took out a self-heating hot pot, a box of instant noodles, and a bag of beef, boiled a pot of water, and ate a rather delicious meal. For the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days, Lin Xia did not leave her room. Because the indigenous people living there didn't have much food, they preferred to clear rooms to get food. The players had enough food, so they were too lazy to consume items. Lin Xia's territory was large enough, and she spent every day training her combat skills and mental power inside. No one came to disturb her. Although they were very curious why Lin Xia had so many abilities and was so powerful, no one dared to approach her. In fact, every player who understood the situation was diligently accumulating personal strength. It was clear that life in the game would not be easy. At 9 a.m. on the 6th day, Lin Xia had just finished her combat training and was lying on the bed, looking at her information panel. Real name, Lin Xia Invisible. Name Sanchi. Spirit 50. Constitution 4410 includes item bonus. Strength 20. Speed 28. Talent. SS grade. What you see is what you get. Ability. Mental ability. Skill. Weather prediction 1 time day. Passive skill. Anti-theft locks all items on body and in space cannot be stolen. Personal space, 6 cubic meters. Survival points, 12662. Experience, 93. Seeing so many survival points, Lin Xia was in a great mood. She didn't hesitate, first spending 10,000 survival points to exchange for a substitute doll. Substitute doll. Can die once, effective only when carried. Bind. Lin Xia played with the doll. It looked like a casually tied straw doll. She solemnly placed it in the close-fitting pocket of her inner clothing. This was a life. She first exchanged for 2 attribute cards. Speed 1, increasing her speed to 30. She then exchanged for 3 constitution cards, 3 strength cards, and 5 mental power cards, leaving 1362 survival points. Just as she finished adding them, there was an urgent knock on the door, and at the same time, she heard the sound of helicopter propellers from the rooftop.